We will call this January 14th, 2026 meeting of the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners to order. Thank you everyone for joining us today. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join us. Pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, we will have citizen input. There are a number of people have submitted blue forms for providing input during the hearing. Item number 8 that will start in a few minutes, but we'll hold those public comments till the hearing time. Are there any people who want to comment on something that is not a public hearing or not otherwise on the agenda today? Seeing none.
Place here.
Pardon? Oh, we should check online as well. Not online. Thank you. All right. Well, with that, we can move to commissioner announcements. My fellow commissioners have any announcements this morning?
I do have one. I believe a couple weeks ago, the health department with Holly Harris and I had talked about what we could do to remove some of the redundancy in our health department's work. And I'm so happy to announce that the health department did a study, and we have submitted a letter to Dr. Hothe, who had said she welcomed that information. So I'm just hoping that we actually perhaps can help the entire state's health system with eliminating some of the redundancy that they deal with. They've done a few things over the years. I just did have a conversation this morning with Jessica Pratt, who runs our AOC program, but there's a long ways to go. So I'm hoping that this letter, and I just want to thank Holly Harris for her leadership at the health department, and hopefully we will be making a difference.
Thank you. And you're talking about redundancy that the state requires of
Right.
us.
Yes,
Yeah.
of everyone that works in the health department, yes, if we could just eliminate some of that redundancy. We've been talking about this for a couple years. They have a legislative bill every year. It never seems to go anywhere, but we seriously need to make some progress.
Thank you.
The administrative overhead for some of the grants have been an issue for many years. So thank you very much for following up on that. I'll just have a bunch of other items today, so I don't have anything for announcements.
Okay. One thing I'll share with my two things I'll share with my fellow commissioners. First off, the Redmond Managed Camp work group met last week, and the construction on the camp is progressing very rapidly. It should be available for people to move in, possibly in April. And the focus of the meeting last week was the request for proposals for operators for the managed camp. So it seems like we are very close to having an RFP to issue to the community, and then we'll see if there are service provider organizations in the community who are willing to step up to that role. I'll also mention that last night, the Wolf Livestock Depredation Compensation and Financial Assistance Committee, that one's always a mouthful, met and prepared our application to the Oregon Department of Agriculture for this year, seeking $1,500 in depredation compensation, a 3 times multiplier for a livestock producer who experienced the loss of a calf about a year ago, and $45,000 in non-lethal preventative measure projects and efforts. So that I believe is going to be coming to us, the Board of Commissioners, prior to submission to the state. Stay tuned. Thank you.
Chair, before we proceed to the next items, can we just take a brief moment to restart the computer system?
Okay.
Then we'll have the monitors and everything will be up in just a moment.
Okay.
I was just gonna give up and then it started working.
The ghost in the machine is being kind to us. Thank you, Kim. Okay. Well, with that, we're ready to move to the consent agenda. I just wanted to note in, item number 6 on the consent agenda, our meeting minutes were great and thorough. We just had a heading for item number 4 that got switched with a heading for another item. So we need to just correct the heading for item number 4 in the meeting minutes.
I saw that also.
Yeah. Otherwise, and so what, how do we handle that? Do we hold that item
I
or
think it's just formatting.
Yeah, you could just approve with that.
With that.
Correction.
that correction? Okay, well, would either commissioner make a
So move
motion,
the consent agenda?
with that correction?
Yes, with the correction, please.
And I will second it.
Any further discussion? Right, calling for the vote, Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. Moving on to item number 7 on our agenda, public hearing on ordinance number 2026-001, amending chapter 2.08 of the Deschutes County Code to align the hours of operations of the county clerk's office with applicable state regulations.
Good morning, County Commissioners. Dave Doyle, County Council. This is a time for a public hearing for you to consider ordinance 2026-001, which, as you indicated, would amend Chapter 2.08 of the Deschutes County Code, specifically addressing operation hours in the clerk's office. Clerk Steve Dennison is here should the board have any questions, but it'd be our request that you open the public hearing, call for any testimony, and thereafter proceed with moving first reading.
Any questions?
Just for clarity, so this is basically making it a reference to the statute about office hours instead of publishing office hours.
Essentially, yes.
That's what I'm getting from it. Okay, thank you.
And if I'm tracking correctly, the state statute changes every once in a while, and this just kind of automatically keeps us in alignment.
It would do that, yes.
Any other questions before we open the public hearing? Okay. Well, at this point, we will open the public hearing on ordinance number 2026-001. Is there anyone in the room who would like to provide comment on this? Kim, is there anyone online? Okay. And with that, I think we can close the public hearing. And if there's no further discussion, we can head to a motion.
So as I say, it just references striking out specific hours and days and referencing the ORS for business hours. So with that, I'll move approval of first reading of ordinance number 2026-001 by title only.
I'll second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? With that, we'll call for the vote. Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Thank you very much, Dave, and thank you very much, Steve.
And then
Formality, but I need you to technically read that title.
Sorry,
Yes.
you're right. First reading, okay, by title only. For the Board of County Commissioners of Deschutes County, Oregon, an ordinance amending Title 2.08 County Clerk of the Deschutes County Code.
Thank you. We'll be back in a couple weeks for second reading.
Thank you. Okay. So on to the item of interest of our audience today, the public hearing on text amendments for wildfire mitigation building codes.
Yeah,
Kyle.
good morning, commissioners. For the record, Kyle Collins, senior planner. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna share my screen. Right, thank you, Chair. The project website for the text amendments in question and the full record for all materials that have been provided thus far can be found at the following webpage that is listed here on the screen. And today, the Board of County Commissioners will take testimony and receive written evidence concerning the proposed text amendment. Please note that the hearing is also being recorded, and the hearing will be conducted in the following order. Staff, as the applicant, will provide a brief presentation, and agencies, if any are present, will provide testimony. Then any interested persons can provide testimony. And then finally, following any testimony, the commission can request staff to answer any additional questions. Please note that this is a hybrid public hearing with both in-person and remote participation. And before starting your testimony, please provide both your first and last name as well as your mailing address so we can add you to the notification list. For our in-person participants, as the chair pointed out earlier, if you wish to testify, please fill out a blue sign-up sheet and submit it to the board's executive assistant, Brenda, to the left of the dais. And the chair will call up any in-person participants for their testimony. After your name is called, again, please come up to one of the tables at the front of the room before beginning your testimony. For our remote participants, if you wish to testify, you must be logged on to Zoom or have called in using the Zoom dial-in option. When the chair asks if anyone would like to testify, you will need to use the raise hand feature to notify the board. To do this, you will need to press the raise hand button on your computer or smart device, or if you've called in, please dial *9. Please note that in addition to any oral testimony, if anyone has written testimony to submit, please hand it to me. If you are participating remotely, you can submit your written testimony via email to me at kyle.collins@deschutes.org. Please note that the chair and staff are responsible for conducting an orderly hearing. Any testimony or behavior which is inappropriate will be addressed and may result in that member of the public being removed from the hearing. Questions to and from the chair may be entertained at any time at the chair's discretion, and cross-examination of people testifying will not be allowed. However, if any person wishes to ask a question of another person during that person's testimony, please direct your question to the chair after being recognized. The chair is free to decide whether or not to ask such questions of the person testifying. Prior to the commencement of the hearing, any party may challenge the qualifications of any commissioner for conflict of interest. This challenge must be documented with specific reasons supported by facts. Should any commissioner be challenged, the member may disqualify himself or herself, withdraw from the hearing, or make a statement on the record of their capacity to hear and decide the issue.
My apologies. I forgot to read the number of the text amendment at the beginning, before we open the hearing. Kim, is that? Okay, okay. So at this time, we can move on to disclosures from commissioners. Does any commissioner have anything to disclose? And if so, please state the nature of same and whether you can proceed.
So being a rural resident, I have had a home built, 6 years ago or now, and it's kind of built to some of these standards. So it's, close to my heart here, but there's no disclosure of conflicts.
Yes, and I live out in the country also, and fortunately, my house was built with these standards basically in 2005. So I'm just really appreciative, but I have nothing else to disclose.
Besides being very interested in community wildfire protection, I have nothing to disclose, and I can proceed.
Right. With that, I'll move on to staff presentation. A lot of this will retread. Oh,
Is this the time when I should ask if anyone wants to challenge any commissioner?
of course.
Okay.
Yes.
Just before we close out the conflict section, I should check with those gathered and online. Does any party wish to challenge any commissioner, member of the hearings body, based on conflicts of interests? Any online, Kim? Okay. Seeing none, the hearing is now open. Staff will proceed with a brief staff report. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Again, a lot of this information will retread ground that we covered during the work session last week. So for the board, there will be a lot of repeats here, but for anybody listening into the hearing, hopefully this will provide some good information. So the proposal under discussion today would adopt discretionary wildfire mitigation residential building code standards that have recently been made available to local jurisdictions. I'll provide a little bit of background on how we arrived here today. So back in 2019, Deschutes County actually put together what was described as the Wildfire Mitigation Advisory Committee to determine whether or not additional wildfire mitigation standards should be considered here in Deschutes County for specifically new residential development. Ultimately, that group and that process concluded with a summary report and a set of recommendations to the board for possible new regulations for the Board of County Commissioners to consider. However, fast forward to 2021, Senate Bill 762 was passed, and it was intended to help modernize and improve wildfire preparedness across the entirety of the state of Oregon. Some of those new regulations that were considered as a part of the Wildfire Mitigation Advisory Committee process were effectively superseded by this legislation, and thus the decision was taken away from local level and intended to be implemented statewide. One component of Senate Bill 762 was the creation of what was described as a comprehensive wildfire hazard map, and it was intended to guide new wildfire regulations for new residential development, regardless of jurisdiction across the entirety of the state of Oregon. So pursuant to that hazard map, when it was ultimately established, properties which were to be designated within a wildland urban interface, otherwise known as a WUI, and classified as high hazard to wildfire would be subject to two separate requirements. The first are home hardening building codes as described in section R327 of the Oregon Residential Specialty Code. That's the specific set of standards that were under discussion today. And then second, a set of defensible space standards that were ultimately going to be determined by the Oregon State Fire Marshal. However, in 2025, as the board is aware, due to significant public concern, a new bill was passed, Senate Bill 83, which rescinded that statewide wildfire hazard map and all of the associated regulations and requirements that would have come along with it. Senate Bill 83 did, however, institute the option for local governments to adopt some of these mitigation standards as a discretionary local option, which is what brings us to the current proposal. Some more general content associated with fire in Deschutes County. On the screen here, you'll see a map. This is approximately the last 125 years of fire activity across Deschutes County. And again, the context and general takeaway that anybody listening at home should see from this map is basically that fire affects all portions of Deschutes County and has for quite a long time. I pointed this out during the work session, but there's actually one quite large fire noteworthy in the last year, the flat fire up in the northwestern portion near Sisters. That actually doesn't appear on this map because it was generated just before the flat fire actually ignited. So a lot of fire. We've had it for quite a long time, and we have a lot of community spread throughout areas that are risk to wildfire damage. We also continue to be one of the fastest growing regions of the state. The most recent Portland State University population forecast predicts that by 2040, we're going to increase in population by approximately 60,000 people. Majority of those are going to fall within our incorporated cities. Cities of Bend, Redmond, Sisters, or La Pine. But we do expect at least 4,000 plus people to move into unincorporated areas of Deschutes County. So not an insignificant increase over the next approximately 15 years is what we would expect. To put that in a little bit more context, the Deschutes County Community Development Department issued approximately 240 permits for new or replacement dwellings in unincorporated areas of Deschutes County. So again, this doesn't include places like Sisters or the cities of La Pine, where we technically issue building permits within those areas from the Community Development Department, but this is only applicable to those unincorporated portions of the county. So not a crazy increase in the number of dwellings, but we do see a consistent people are building houses, either replacing them or building on vacant land. I know the chair wanted some additional information around valuations and stuff, and I'll get to that a little bit later in the presentation. So the proposed amendments that are under discussion today would institute Section R327 of the Oregon Residential Specialty Code, which we mentioned earlier, specifically for all new residential development, including certain residential accessory structures. So it's important to point out that this only applies to new construction. It would not apply to, for example, additions to existing houses, remodels, repairs of existing structures. Those are specifically excluded under that section R327. So it broadly covers the following components. So these are the actual physical components of the houses that would be under additional review and scrutiny as a part of R327. Things like roofing, your exterior walls, your glazing or your windows, ventilation, whether those are foundation vents or attic vents, that nature, gutters and downspouts, and then finally eaves, soffits, and cornices. So really the overhanging portions of your building is what that covers. There's a lot of exceptions built into R327 as it's written into the state building code. I covered some of this already, but it does not affect remodels or repairs of existing residences or additions to existing residences. Those are probably the two biggest exceptions to these standards. It doesn't cover manufactured homes. Those are governed by a different set of building code standards. We understand that there's talk sort of at the state level to possibly start incorporating some fire hardening standards for manufactured homes, but that is not covered under this current proposal. It doesn't cover non-habitable detached accessory structures that are smaller than 400 square feet and at least 50 feet away from any habitable structure on your property, so dwellings. It does not cover detached accessory membrane covered frame structures. You can think of things like greenhouses. Those are probably the biggest items that are covered under that. Commercial developments and multi-unit dwellings. So these are things that are above a triplex. It's really where multi-unit dwelling comes into effect. Those are covered by a separate section of the building code. It's actually not covered under the standard residential section of the Oregon Specialty Code. And then finally, agricultural exempt structures. So barns, horse structures, things of that nature that have an agricultural exempt use category under the building code are not affected by R327. An important thing to note here is that R327, because of the nature of how the Oregon building code system is set up, we can't adopt this in a piecemeal fashion. And if we want to adopt any portion of it, we have to take the entirety of the package on board at once. So we can't, for example, say maybe we like just the roofing portion of the code, but we don't want to adopt any of that. It's effectively an all or nothing. There's no a la carte option for picking and choosing things out of R327. We also can't modify any of R327 for local adoption. So again, because of the way the Oregon Building Code system is set up, effectively the State Building Codes Division adopts a large package and then allows jurisdictions to adopt discretionary components out of that if they choose to, but we can't actually change the rules if we wish to bring those on board. It's effectively you take it as is or you don't. One of the biggest things that we've talked about in previous meetings, as we've talked about wildfire mitigation strategies in general, is what are the implementation costs of putting on board these new regulations dealing with residential development? As I pointed out during the work session, that's a very hard question to answer succinctly. It's dependent on so many different variables, the size of a structure, where in the county it's being built, ultimately the choices of the homeowner itself. What are they looking to actually build? And so it's very difficult to give a true one-size-fits-all answer there. However, I've included a fair amount of studies that are attached to the board's memo here today, some of which have come from the Oregon State Building Codes Division, some of which have come from third-party consultants that have looked into this both here in Oregon and in other states. And the conservative estimate that we have is it could increase the cost of traditional construction by somewhere in the range of 2 to 11%. So what does that actually mean in terms of numbers? The chair during the work session wanted some specific idea of what are the values of homes being built in unincorporated Deschutes County today. So in 2025, those 240 building permits that were issued for new and replacement dwellings, the median valuation that we have is approximately $433,000. That's right in the middle. The low valuation is about $123,000, and the high end is about $1,400,000. So quite a big range there. One important thing that I'll point out is these valuations do not actually reflect the market value of the structures in question or the land. There's a specific set of calculations that's governed by the International Code Council in how permits that are issued anywhere in the United States are valued. There's a really rigorous set of things that have to be checked off, and those apply regardless of if you're in Oregon or California or somewhere on the East Coast. And so there's a consistent set of variables in how these permits are actually priced out and valued. And my expectation would be, this is true with speaking members of our building safety committee as well, is some of these permits do not reflect the market value and probably on the low end of what that market value would be. So even though the median value of the permit issued is, again, that $433,000, you would expect that when that house were actually constructed and built and sold to somebody ultimately, it would probably sell for quite a bit more.
Right. So these, Kyle, those numbers you provide us, those are assessed valuations.
Those are the values of the permits themselves. So when the building official is ultimately deciding, okay, you're building a 2,000 square foot house with these types of features, they have to assign a value to that permit so that they know the correct fees are being assessed. And there's a specific set of calculations. The actual assessed value comes more from the assessor's office at Deschutes County when the actual property is fully evaluated in whole as part of the land and the structures, anything else that exists on there. So they're slightly separate.
Yeah. And I think most of us are used to looking at our property tax bill, seeing an assessed valuation and then a significantly higher market value. And
this is actually even a third component, which is just the value of the building permit itself.
right, which would be lower than the assessed value.
Correct in most cases.
Okay. And sorry, what was the low was 123,000, the high was
0.4 million.
okay. Thank you.
Of course. So a couple other things to think about when considering costs is many of the materials and methods used under Section R327 are already commonly utilized by builders and contractors in the region. Two of the commissioners have already pointed out they obviously have homes in rural Deschutes County that have utilized some or all of the Section R327 components. And that's particularly true when we're talking about some of the highest value items associated with constructing a house. Think of things like your roofing materials. So things like mini asphalt shingles likely would qualify under these Section R327 standards. Fiber cement siding is more and more commonly used within our region, even at larger scale developments. And things like double pane windows and glazing items are often covered under completely separate sections of the building code, but would still meet this R327 section. So I can't say that absolutely every home that's built would mostly use these materials offhand, but it is more common than not. And then finally, new residential construction is often built with financing options. Most people are not building homes with cash. They're typically going to a bank and getting something like a 30-year mortgage. And so even if there is actually a cost increase associated with these materials, it's probably best thought of not as a one-time lump sum cost that comes at the start of construction, but rather what's amortized over the lifespan of a mortgage in question. So if you have a 30-year mortgage and you've increased the cost of your home by 5%, whatever that 5% is gets parceled out over the course of your monthly mortgage payments is probably a more realistic way of evaluating these cost increases. The last thing that I'll point out here is defensible space. Senate Bill 83 does allow local jurisdictions to adopt some local defensible space codes, but that is not what we're discussing here today. Ultimately, those codes are going to be based around an yet to be released wildland urban interface standard by the Oregon State Fire Marshal. We expect that to come out sometime this month. We've already told the board that we'll come back once those codes have been made available and try to start talking about work plan and get more direction from the board and how they'd like to proceed with defensible space. But for the time being, we're just covering these building code standards. We're not speaking about vegetation management or spacing of trees, any of that stuff. It's just the physical structural components of your dwelling itself. So agency and public comments. We haven't received any formal agency comments to date on this proposal. We have received 3 public comments, including from the Deschutes County Project Wildfire Neighborhood Coalition. That's a subgroup of the larger Deschutes County Project Wildfire Group that deals specifically with things like HOAs and private parties in the county that have an interest in wildfire mitigation. And all of the public comments that we've received so far have been supportive of the proposed amendment. So we haven't received any specific comments that push back against these proposed amendments. The Planning Commission did hold a hearing on these amendments back in December, on December the 11th. And ultimately, at the conclusion of that hearing, they voted 5-0 recommending approval of the amendments. 2 of the commissioners were unfortunately absent during that meeting, but that was the final recommendation from the Planning Commission back in December. And then I'll point out that there really are only 2 decision points on this proposal here today. The first is the most obvious, is should the county adopt Section R327 for new residential development? And then a follow-up question is, if we were to adopt, where should the standards apply? So I pointed out earlier in the presentation that there's not a lot of discretion given over to local jurisdictions in adopting these standards. We can't change the standards at all or adopt them piecemeal. But one piece that is left open is how and where to implement them within these local jurisdictions that ultimately take them on board. So that can be as complex as you like. We can start talking about applying it to different properties based on their zoning characteristics or location in the county, sizes of properties. Really, the world is your oyster in terms of how targeted you'd like this to be. The proposal as written today would apply universally for all new residential construction in the county. There's no specific targeting that has been taken place. And there's reasons for that, which I can speak more to if the board has interest to. But for the time being, that is the kind of blanket approach that we've taken. So next steps here, you have a few options to move forward. Of course, as with all your public hearings, you can continue the hearing to a date and time certain. You can close the hearing today, but leave the written record open to a date certain. You can close the hearing and set a date for deliberations, or finally, you can close the hearing and commence. With that, I will leave the following items on the screen for a little bit here. Again, this is the website where you can find all of the record materials associated with the proposal and my contact information if anybody listening needs to get in touch with me. That I'll take any questions the board might have.
Thanks for that presentation, Kyle. I just wanted to say, for those who are just joining us today, who may be wondering about that property valuation information that I requested, and understanding that this might add 2 to 11% to the cost of the cost of constructing a home. I wanted to understand, 2 to 11% of what, and it's helpful to know how much people are spending on their homes, because it gives you a sense of whether they could afford 2 to 11% more. It was very helpful to see that very wide range from 123 to 1.4 million in terms of the valuation of the permits. Thank you. All right. Would either of my fellow commissioners like to say anything before we jump into the public comments?
Oh, I'd just like to ask Kyle. So Kyle, of the homes that are being built today or last year, how many of them already have these standards?
That I don't know offhand. I'm sure we could probably get a general sense if I were to speak more directly with some of the plans examiners and building code officials, but I couldn't tell you
Okay.
offhand exactly how many.
I mean, because I feel like a lot of people are already doing this. So I stopped at my neighbors. They're building a house. I haven't heard back from them yet.
I would say anecdotally, again, quite a few of these components, even if the entirety of the code is not met for every structure, a lot of the bigger picture items. So again, those things like roofing materials are usually covered in a lot of the just standard choices that people are making today. More of this has to deal with things that probably haven't been covered in previous eras of construction. Ventilation screening is one of the bigger ones that is not covered, and that is obviously an update to these standards under the proposal.
Yeah. Yeah, and that particular example, the ventilation screening, so cheap, and yet so impactful in terms of protecting people's homes. It'd be really interesting to know, kind of in on your average standard construction site, how often that finer mesh is being used and how often it's not. And
I can at least speak to, we've had a few separate contractors come to some of our more recent Project Wildfire meetings, just because there's been a flood of interest in the county in retrofitting existing ventilation screening. So that seems like it's obviously been on people's minds and topics, and it is, as the chair pointed out, a fairly quick thing to retrofit these sorts of things. But it does speak to the fact that we haven't had these standards in place, and so obviously there's a little bit of a gap there in terms of new construction and houses that are already on the landscape.
thank you. Any further thoughts or questions before we jump into the public comment?
No.
With that, I'd like to start calling our folks who have submitted blue forms up to provide comment. And for people who are joining us online, if you are interested in giving public comment, you can raise your hand at any point in time. We're going to go through people who are here in person first, who filled out these blue sheets, and then we'll go to online comments afterwards. So the first, let me go ahead and call you up in twos, so you can be, you can take a spot next to a microphone and be ready to go when the person before you has finished. So our first two commenters are Amy Sabadini and Craig Renkert.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Amy Sabadini. I'm a resident of Bend in the city of Bend, but I understand this applies mostly to unincorporated areas. Thank you for that presentation. I urge support for adopting our 327 wild safe, fire safe building codes. And I think the most important reason is it buys time for our first responders to get to these often out of the area buildings, because every second matters. As we saw in the flat fire, the measures people took at their homes really made a difference. And if there's a delay, whether it be because there's multiple fires happening in the state and there's not enough responders, or the winds could be really bad that day, it really makes sense. It also shows in good faith measures we would be taking as a county to the insurers so that they are willing to still stay and do business with us. And as said by our senior planner here, it is easier to afford these sort of changes when you can amortize it across the finance of the whole development. So I urge universal application of these standards. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I'm Craig Rankert. As a member of the Project Wildfire Neighborhood Coalition and president of the Deschutes Market Road Firewise community, I've been involved in mitigating local wildfire risk for 6 years. In those 6 years, I've been forced to evacuate my home twice. Today, I come to you as a resident of the rural county supporting the adoption of R327. I would like to thank county commissioners for working with the City of Bend to reduce the fire risk spreading from Juniper Ridge to surrounding private properties. Eliminating unsanctioned camping east of the railroad and creating a temporary camping area between the railroad and Highway 97 is a major step in the right direction. Additionally, Kevin Moriarty and Lauren Street led the work creating a shaded fuel break around much of the perimeter of Juniper Ridge. These actions reduced the risk of surrounding homes being consumed by fire. 8 years ago, I built a new home just east of Juniper Ridge that incorporated the provisions of R327 based on my own research on how to increase the chances of a home surviving a wildfire. We have witnessed with other wildfires, there's never enough firefighters to protect all homes. Fire science evidence demonstrates that one of the key factors in preserving a home during a wildfire is home hardening. While it is not possible to make a home fireproof, building a home with a design and materials that resist fire is a long-term investment in safety. Well-built homes should last longer than our lifetime, and with emphasis on this emphasizes the importance of building a home to survive events that are hard to predict now. Retrofitting a home for safety standards that evolve is much more expensive than building a home that exceeds today's safety standards. Therefore, it is imperative that today's advanced safety standards be implemented now to minimize future costs to homeowners and the community. Wildfire protection is unlikely to be successful if it is implemented on an ad hoc basis. Wildfire protection needs to be a community-wide effort. All members of the community must follow the standards that fire science demonstrates reduce risks. Implementing R327 is a step forward in creating a community that is more resistant to loss during wildfire. I urge you to implement R327 Wildfire Building Code standard now so the new homes built this year will be more resistant to wildfire for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig.
Thank you.
Thank you, Craig.
Okay. The next two blue forms are Robin Church and Lon Lenev.
I will go first if I may.
Are you together or?
I'm Lon Leneve, resident of Bend. I've been a member of the Aubrey Butte Firewise Committee since 2022. I conduct wildfire property assessments for both Aubrey Butte and Bend Fire. I participated in Project Wildfire meetings since 2022, and I currently co-chair the Project Wildfire Neighborhood Coalition, which is a subcommittee of Project Wildfire, which I'll mention in a minute. This morning, I represent the Neighborhood Coalition, whose membership overwhelmingly voted to ask that Deschutes County formally adopt Oregon Residential Specialty Code R327. Over the last month, we have also asked the cities of Bend, Redmond, and Lapine to do the same. Sisters has already adopted it, and it becomes effective in April. Importantly, R327 is shelf-ready and for immediate adoption. While this code doesn't address existing buildings, it is an important forward-thinking step that, if adopted regionally, would greatly improve the survivability of the approximately 60,000 homes expected to be built in the county over the next 20 years. And very importantly, it addresses one of the three key pillars of effective wildfire mitigation management. Those are home hardening, which this directly addresses, the creation and maintenance of defensible space, and sound emergency evacuation planning. The coalition is a subcommittee, as I mentioned, of Project Wildfire and was formed in 2023 to support the mission of Project Wildfire. Specifically, the coalition's mission is to support Project Wildfire's mission by improving fire-adapted readiness one neighborhood at a time. As a brief summary, the coalition helps communities rapidly ramp up its fire safety capabilities. We recruit, educate, and support any community wanting help. We have grown in less than 3 years from an original 25 roughly membership to approaching 100 now community members. And we consist of large, small, rural, urban, HOA organized, and non-HOA organized communities. In addition to the communities that are part of our membership, we also have many agencies with expertise that include the Fire Marshal's Office, Department of Forestry, Bend Fire, OSU Extension, U.S. Forest Service, and Deschutes County Forestry staff. And we also have industry experts that provide input that come from the insurance, the power companies, wildfire consulting, fuel remediation, and landscaping services. So before I turn it over to Robin Church, who is also a member of our coalition leadership team, I'll close with a personal observation. I have had a crash course over the last 5 years on wildfire risks and wildfire mitigation best practices. I've directly observed and assessed untold numbers of properties to help improve fire preparedness. We have and will continue to make progress one property and one neighborhood at a time, if needed. But what's really needed is a code adoption like we are asking for this morning. Whether it focuses on home hardening or defensible space, the only way to really accelerate wildfire safety is to require it of all property owners. We need codes and regulation with teeth in them. Otherwise, as we do now, we are simply relying on people to voluntarily do the right thing, and that is proving to be somewhat of a slow road. It's certainly better than nothing, but nowhere near what county-wide progress would look like if we implemented and enforced best practice wildfire preparedness code, such as would be accomplished with the regional adoption of R327. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Robin Church. My address is 19013 Mount Shasta Drive. I live in Northwest Bend near the Aubrey Hall burn scar. Was affected by the smoke from the 2020 Labor Day fires and also was under evacuation during the 2021 Bull Springs fire. My in-laws were forced to evacuate during Redmond's 2016 Eagle Crest fire, and in 2024, my family evacuated personal property during the Darlene 3 fire in Lapine. Wildfire is a lived reality here in Central Oregon, and because of that, I volunteer as secretary of the Project Wildfire Neighborhood Coalition. On behalf of the coalition, we respectfully urge you to adopt 327 today as a smart, cost-effective step towards community wildfire resilience and a safer, stronger Deschutes County. R327 reflects decades of wildfire research focused on ignition resistance. It establishes common sense construction standards that reduce risk from ember exposure, wildfire spread, and structure-to-structure ignition threats that are growing as communities become denser and fire behavior becomes more extreme. According to Cotality, the Deschutes County Bend metro area ranks 11th nationwide for the number of homes facing moderate or greater wildfire risk. These homes represent an estimated $15.3 billion in reconstruction value, a staggering level of exposure for our community. Adopting R327 aligns with county wildfire mitigation and preparedness goals. Our coalition voted to support it, Sisters adopted it, and other municipalities are moving towards it. Deschutes County continues to grow. The question before us is not if we will build, but to what standard we will build. These design choices are not just about safety, though. They are also about financial and economic resilience, and costs matter. Wildfire-resistant construction can dramatically reduce the risk of total loss while adding less than 3% to building costs, far less than the financial devastation families face after a fire. Today, roughly 2/3 of homeowners are underinsured or uninsured, making wildfire a pathway to displacement and long-term hardship. Building safer homes is a long-term affordability strategy. Fortunately, actions that make homes more survivable also make them more insurable. In fire-prone regions like ours, consistent community-wide mitigation standards matter. As homeowners face canceled policies or steep premium increases, adopting R327 can help stabilize insurance availability and affordability over time by preventing losses. Wildfires also disrupt tourism, recreation, local business, and tax revenue. Preventing loss protects the foundation of our economy. Nearly half of wildfire disaster recovery costs fall on local communities. For every dollar invested in wildfire-resistant construction, $210 in future losses can be avoided. That is arguably one of the most cost-effective investments for resilience available to local government. In short, R327 is cost-effective, evidence-based, and aligned with county goals. Building codes and defensible space measures work, and they outperform piecemeal efforts to protect homes and preserve neighborhoods. How we build today will determine how resilient or how vulnerable our community will be in the future. We encourage you to adopt R327 today. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin.
Thanks for joining us and thanks for the advocacy.
You're welcome. Thank you.
No, thanks for all your work. I know the two of you work incredibly hard and you've made a huge difference. So it's appreciated.
Particular appreciation to our neighborhood representatives who are doing so much work, in their very local communities and for our bigger community, weighing in on this. Thanks. All right. The final blue sheet that we have in hand at the moment is from Roger Johnson.
Good morning and thank you, Chair Chang and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Roger Johnson. I'm the CEO of Deschutes County Rural Fire Protection District Number 2 in Bend. And I'm testifying today in support of adoption of the R327 Enhanced Building Code standards. Due to the existing wildfire fuels, weather patterns, and topography within our county, nearly every home in Deschutes County is at risk from wildfire. The science is clear on how to better protect homes in communities like ours, making homes more resilient through home hardening measures, such as those included in R327, along with potential future adoption of defensible space standards, greatly increases a home's chance of surviving wildfire. While adopting the R327 building standards may increase construction costs slightly for some homes, many home builders already incorporate many of the features of R327. So it's difficult to say exactly what the increase would be. Ensuring that our future housing supply is resilient to wildfire is not only an important public safety measure, but it may also improve access to insurance for existing residents. Lowering community wildfire risk and reducing the loss of homes will help keep Deschutes County a viable market for insurers. At the end of the day, we have to reduce the number of homes lost to fire so that insurance companies can come in, sell policies, and still make a profit within their business model. I've spent my entire professional career as a first responder in high-risk wildfire communities, including the past 13 years in Deschutes County. I've seen firsthand the benefits of constructing wildfire resilient homes. These homes are more likely to survive wildfire events and often require significantly less intervention from firefighting resources. Building wildfire resilient homes is effective and relatively inexpensive when considered part of the overall project cost. I encourage you to adopt R327. I appreciate your work on this issue and thank you for the time today.
Thank you.
Roger.
Thank you, Roger. And I'm glad you weren't retired that long. Or maybe what?
You tried.
Yes, you did try.
Is there anyone else in the room who would like to provide public comment on this item? Okay. Kim, are there any hands up raised online? Okay. Well, with that, we can proceed to the choices we need to make today. Kyle presented us with kind of 4 pathways. Any initial thoughts from my fellow commissioners?
I'll just acknowledge there's some other familiar faces in the room that I'm sure are advocates for this also. So thank you for joining us, the folks that haven't testified today. This is rural Deschutes County building code topic, but it's best practices and the industry's almost doing it anyway. So this is a pretty exciting place to be. So as a starting statement here.
I'm still interested how many homes are already doing all this, because in today's world with the insurance companies really making things difficult for people, it seems like this is really the choice that we need to do this. And, I think a lot of those costs have already been incorporated into building. People have seen what's going on. People are, very concerned. You hear that Sisters is down to 4 insurance companies. It makes a very dynamic situation if you have your house financed and you've got to have it insured. So, and you normally don't want to have to use the bank's insurance, because that's even going to be more expensive than what, let's say, Farmers is going to do to you.
Insurability is a real concern. To the best of my knowledge, insurers are not requiring wildfire resilient building materials yet. And in speaking to the state insurance commissioner for Oregon a couple of years ago, one of the things that he described to me was the competitive dynamics of our insurance marketplace. There are many insurers. Well, probably less now than there were, but there are many insurers who provide homeowner policies in the state of Oregon. And when you have a number of entities who are trying to compete for your business, it's very difficult for one of those entities to step out ahead of the others and require things of people, while their competitors are not. So it's sort of they have sort of a collective action problem where I'm sure all of these insurers would really appreciate seeing new homes built with these wildfire resilient building standards. But to be the first one who steps out and requires that would require potentially being less competitive for customers than other insurance businesses. So that speaks to the role of local governments in moving these kinds of requirements forward. We can require them of everyone so that insurers can note that communities in Oregon are taking these steps and that this is a more insurable place where they are going to take less severe losses as we see more fires in the future. So I'm pretty excited for the Board of Commissioners to be considering this policy change. curious to hear whether other commissioners want to keep the hearing open or move forward towards deliberations.
I'm comfortable closing the hearing and commencing deliberations.
It's fine. I
Okay.
mean, I want to acknowledge that when I started in 2019, I believe we had 35 Firewise communities. And I know our forester has stepped on to another spot, but I think, aren't we like at 80, 90 now?
I don't know the exact number off the top.
But
Yes,
it's really, it's gone the right way. So people are incredibly aware of, personal responsibility. When you get your place cleaned up, then gently talk to your neighbors and make sure that they're doing what they should be doing too, because you don't want the wind to be blowing the day of a fire and have something blow into your place. The wind is never your friend during fires.
Yeah, I am incredibly heartened to see the work of our Firewise communities across Deschutes County, and at the same time, I hear from leaders within these Firewise communities about the sort of Swiss cheese adoption of the needed practices. So we are learning from fire science that a house that has done the work that is surrounded by houses that haven't done the work isn't really that much safer than if they hadn't done the work either. So we need we need within our neighborhoods certain threshold of entities doing the work, adopting the practices in order to improve the overall safety of those neighborhoods, and these kinds of requirements. And as we see the model code from the state fire marshal for defensible space, those kinds of requirements are things that we should be seriously considering to reward the people who have done the work, that their neighbors around them are also going to be doing the work, and they will genuinely get to benefit from the practices they've implemented on their property. So I guess that's my opening statement for deliberations.
Well, so the two topics in front of us are adopting the R327 standards and also where they apply. So it's a question. So with this ordinance, is this implying that it's applied everywhere in the rural? So the jurisdiction of Deschutes County, it's already baked into this version of the ordinance?
Correct. Yeah. So the ordinance in front of you would apply these standards everywhere for all new construction. The other things that I'll point out is based on some requests from our building safety division, as well as to kind of match the one other jurisdiction that has passed these standards, cities of sisters. It would require an emergency adoption as written today. I mean, obviously that can be changed if the board elects to go in a different direction. The reason it would require an emergency adoption is we would intend for these to be implemented on April the 1st. That date was chosen specifically because April the 1st is the yearly point at which updates to the larger building code are released. So they're annual updates that have nothing to do with specific fire safety standards. And because those standards are released on April the 1st, this would basically just match that rollout of those additional standards. And also there's a little bit of a delay, so it's not an effective tomorrow type of ordinance. It allows that those projects that are currently in the pipeline now to, if they want to move forward for whatever reason and not utilize these standards, then they have the ability to continue their projects and finish it out. That's exactly what the city as sisters approach has been with this. They obviously passed this a few weeks ago, and that seemed like the most generous approach, as well as give some time for contractors, developers in the community to understand, hey, these are coming in over the next, 3 months effectively. But if you have projects in the pipeline, you're able to finish those under whatever the current standards are.
Well, and I can support that, setting adopting by emergency, setting April 1st as the adoption date, or whatever the terminology is there.
Yeah, it's written
Effective
to
date.
become effective April.
Effective date, yeah.
So that's actually giving people 2.5 months if we do that today.
Correct.
Okay.
And that really just changes the first reading, second reading, 90-day adoption scenario.
Yeah, so if the board wanted to move forward with adoption, we could do first reading today, and then obviously I would come back in 2 weeks for second reading, but the effective date would, because it would be within 90 days, it would have to be by emergency.
So, as I say, we did this wildfire mapping committee years ago, and we came to the conclusion that Deschutes County, the forested areas, the grassland areas, upslope, downslope, river corridors, basically any hot wind driven event day could affect anybody rurally. So, do we have a low, medium, high scenarios that would be, easily divisible? The answer was no. I mean, the conclusion was no at the time. That was about 5 years ago. And then just pointing out that the, state R327 was talked about at that point in time, and the state said, well, let's do it statewide and we'll do a map. And then, so it's almost a shame that it took us 5 years to get here because we could have done it about 5 years ago. But, this is the path we took as a state, thinking, could it be implemented statewide? So, but for Deschutes County proper, this is the right place to be. And we had come to this conclusion about 5 years ago also.
Yeah. Yeah, I support adoption countywide or across the unincorporated county. We witnessed with the state wildfire hazard map how trying to classify areas as low, medium, or high really stirred up a whole lot of distress among a lot of people who, there were people who were in high who didn't think they should be in high. There were people who were in there were people in moderate or low who thought that they actually should have been in high. And then, for example, when the flat fire rolled through, there were a whole lot of people who thought because they weren't near the forest and because they were surrounded by agricultural lands that they shouldn't be in high, but realized that they actually were in high hazard areas. So that conclusion that anywhere in Deschutes County you are vulnerable to high severity, fast moving wildfires, I think is a sound approach to this, and I would support a all in unincorporated county approach.
And I'm really happy to hear that Lon and Robin have to ask actually the cities of Bend, Redmond, and Lapine. I can understand why Sisters is definitely, they're the trendsetter. I think this is great. As someone who lived in Southern California and dealt with Santa Ana winds for a long time and saw the damage, the only house that burned in the 1993 fire, in the Topanga fire, in a development of 88 homes, burned because of the venting, and it was a brand new home, and their screening was too big, it sucked in, and that house burned to the ground. Now, wind is definitely, I believe, a factor, but having these standards, I think, is great. So I really feel that a lot of people have already gone this way. When you're talking to your financing, when you're getting your mortgage aligned and your construction loan, you've got to have a structure that's actually safe to be built. And it's very vulnerable when you are under construction if you would have your house be in a fire zone like the flat fire. So it's great. We might be 5 years late, but we're doing it if we do it now.
So is there any further deliberation on this item, or is one of my fellow commissioners ready to make a motion?
Okay, so I move that we approve the ordinance number 2026-002 to adopting the discretionary wildfire mitigation residential building code standards pursuant to Senate Bill 83 and adopting it by emergency. Do we have to state that, or if we all vote for it, does that automatically assume?
We first do just move approval of first reading. Of
Okay.
ordinance number 2026-002 by title only. And
Okay.
Kyle will
That's my
second that.
motion.
And I will second it.
Okay,
I do support an effective date of April 1st also.
it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? With that, calling for the vote, Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes.
Thank you, commissioners.
And
3 weeks.
now, should we, if we want to see an emergency adoption, should we make that motion now? Or
No.
do we do first
Do
reading?
that next time when it's brought back, but we do need to read the title.
Read the title.
Read the
Now
title.
he's going to officially read the title here.
An ordinance amending Deschutes County Code Title 15 Buildings and Construction to adopt discretionary wildfire mitigation residential building code standards pursuant to Senate Bill 83.
Now we cheer. Oh, everybody left.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we're done.
We appreciate the applause. Thank you all.
See you in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Oh my God, we're almost.
All right. We are pretty close to right on schedule. Item number 9, special project grant mid-year updates. Jen, go ahead and lead us off.
Good morning, Jen Patterson, Strategic Initiatives Manager for the record. I'll just give a quick intro and then I'll call people, each organization up one by one. All right, great. So during the fiscal year 2026 video lottery allocation discussion, the board initiated 5 special project grants. Part of the condition of those grants were they were awarded half of their funding at the beginning of the fiscal year. And then the second half of the funding will come after they come before the board to give a mid-year update on their grants that they were specifically allocated for. So we have 5 organizations here today. I'll call them up and introduce them one by one. So the first one we have before us is the Deschutes Basin Water Collaborative, and we have Lisa Seals here to give that presentation. And there is a PowerPoint that Kim will be loading for that presentation. So Lisa and company.
Yeah.
You can use that too. But so I'll just sit in the back while they give the
Great. Well, I want to thank everybody for joining us. Each one of these topics is really interesting, and there's efforts and advocacy going down every one of these, referring to each one we're going to hear from today. So thank you.
And sorry, real quick, I should give the dollar amount for the grant as well. So Deschutes Basin Water Collaborative was granted $15,000 for fiscal year 2026.
Good morning, County Commissioners. I'm Lisa Seals with the Deschutes River Conservancy, and I'm going to let Alex introduce himself, my colleague.
I'm Alex Ahrens with the Deschutes River Conservancy as well.
All right. Thank you very much for having us this morning, and thank you for your continued support of the Deschutes Basin Water Collaborative. I'm going to start out with a little refresher for those of you that have seen or heard from us before, which I think is all of you. So the Deschutes Basin Water Collaborative was formed in 2020, and it includes 45, actually more than 45 diverse member groups. So that's 45 different entities working together to balance water use between human and ecological needs. And this effort is facilitated by the Deschutes River Conservancy and Central Oregon Intergovernmental Council. We're working together to do this. So we also have Fluent Freshwater Insights under contract working with us on the staff team. So that sort of comprises the staff team. We also have the support from the state as well. And you can see a list of all of the member groups up there on the screen. So we are working with a history of pretty successful collaboration in this basin that dates back to the formation of the Deschutes River Conservancy in the mid-90s. It's almost been 30 years. We're about to celebrate our 30th anniversary. And we have done a lot of great work together, including completing the basin study, which was completed in 2019. And we started this effort, like I said, in 2020. So to give you another visual of the actual on-the-ground progress that the groups working together have accomplished. This is a bar chart that shows stream flow restoration across the basin over the last many years. And we are nearing or close to 350 CFS restored in streams and rivers. And we've done this also alongside helping to support farmers with more reliable water and helping to get mitigation credits and secure water for cities. So our vision for the collaborative is healthy streams, thriving agriculture, and vibrant communities. Again, we're trying to meet what we call the needs of the three legs of the stool. So with this effort. So just as a reminder, right now, sort of phase one of the collaborative is that upper Deschutes section, the section of the map that's highlighted. So essentially, it's really focused on the main stem of the Deschutes River above Pelton Round Butte, I believe. Yeah. So we're following, the state of Oregon has a place-based planning process, and we are following that process. And there are basically 5 steps, and those steps are outlined, and we have them listed as chapters up there, but essentially it's convening a collaborative, characterizing all the basin's water resources and laying the context for the plan, describing all of the needs, the water needs and demands in the basin, and then coming up with tools and strategies that we can use to meet those demands, and then finally coming up with an actual implementation plan of how all these groups are going to work together and what we're going to do on the ground to meet the water needs that are out there. So we've been at this for a while now, but we are happy to report that we are squarely working on phase number 5 of this process. So we've completed the other phases, and we are getting pretty darn close to finishing step 5 as well. So just to highlight for you, and actually this may be where I might punt it to you, the plan outcomes in terms of what those water needs are. This slide describes those water needs that are in chapter 3 of the plan, and I'm actually going to punt it to you to just, if you don't mind, speak to the water needs. So little.
I know it's really small text. But yeah, these are the different outcomes we have identified, and the tools that we're choosing for implementation will be towards meeting one or more of the outcomes that are listed here. These include restoring winter flows in the upper Deschutes to help meet species need in that reach during that time of the year, agricultural supply, particularly for irrigation districts with lower priority date water rights, also working to restore summer flows in the middle Deschutes during the irrigation season and help municipalities meet their demands, their long-term projected water demands. And so those are sort of the primary outcomes that we've identified, which are roughly aligned with what we've been calling the 3 legs of the stool for the river, for communities, and for agriculture. And then we have what we've identified as sort of additional outcomes that occur as well when we're implementing actions that would help meet the primary outcomes. And those are things like improving watershed and ecosystem health, improving water quality, and helping to stabilize groundwater in the basin.
All right, so this is the comprehensive plan build process, and we are at that very last step of the process, which is working through, well, we're actually writing and reviewing and then working on adopting and implementing. I should note that actually implementation in general has been going on throughout this entire process. So our planning process has not stopped all of the 3 legs of the stool going full steam ahead to work on projects and strategies and use tools that are helping to meet the needs, but we're putting all that down on paper and documenting it and coming up with a plan to move forward and continue to do that. So as far as chapter 5, in chapter 4, where we identified tools and strategies to meet the needs, we came up with a very long list of tools and strategies. I think there were 48 different tools and strategies. So we have been, as a group, collectively working our way through discussions about which of these strategies we want to implement. And this is a list not for you all to read, but just for you to see the sheer number of strategies that we have discussed in detail with the planning team. So, and then this is the fortunately short list of tools still left to discuss with the planning team. So we are pretty close to getting through all of the tool discussion. So this is a progress bar and shows that we've got just a few left to talk about. So once we are through the discussions, we've already been drafting Chapter 5, and Chapter 5 has been under review for planning team members, trying to get everybody on the same page and agree on specific language, which is harder than it may sound to get a lot of people to agree. But we are getting incredibly close. Another thing I really want to note about what we've worked on in 2025 is we have convened several important subcommittees or ad hoc groups as part of this process. One was a group of folks that worked together with the state and others to kind of identify groundwater data gaps. So that was a subcommittee that had several meetings in 2025. We also had a land use and exempt wells tools ad hoc group that met, as well as groundwater mitigation and aquifer recharge group. So these are subcommittees that have also been convened by us as the organizers, while we're also convening the process of these discussions on what is going to go into that implementation plan. So, and again, the benefits or the goal is to develop this comprehensive water management plan and to continue to leverage funding to accelerate implementation and to support policies that can help achieve the goals that we've set out. All right. Well, this is us saying thank you, thank you, thank you for your continued support for everything that we're doing. We really couldn't do it without you. The funding that you all have continued to provide us has been leveraged with other financial support from entities like the Bureau of Reclamation, the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, the Oregon Community Foundation, and others to help make this work possible. And we frankly couldn't do it without you. So, and I also want to give a shout out to Phil, or Commissioner Chang, who has been serving as a co-chair or a tri-chair on the collaborative. And his leadership has also been really, really foundational and important. So we appreciate all the help and the support, and yeah, and we hope that you'll continue to support us in the future. And with that, we'll take any questions.
I'm just wondering about the farmers in Jefferson County. I know a lot of their land isn't being utilized at the moment. Do you know how much more water they've been able to get because of the efforts that started in 1996?
Ooh, because of 1990.
Well, no, I'm just, okay, you've been here since 1996. Okay, let's say the last 3 years. What amount of water has gotten to Jefferson County?
Much live flow was passed to them last year?
The alternative pathway that
Mhm.
is still, the transfer process is still going through, but I think there'd be about 28,000 acre feet in total from piping projects that have happened in senior districts that would be passed to North Unit during the irrigation season.
So those are recent projects that Alex is referring to. So 28,000 acre feet for, just for comparison, Wickiup holds 200,000 acre feet. So that's a pretty big percentage of Wickiup storage that is being passed to North Unit Irrigation District as a result of the collaborative process and working together and doing all these projects with all the stakeholders.
Is that on an annual basis or?
That will be on an annual basis, yeah. So, and that number, our goal is for that number to get larger, much larger in the future. But as of now, I think that's a really good estimate. There might even be more other than outside of the 28,000, but.
And if I'm remembering correctly, North Unit's total paper rights is over 200,000. So I mean, we're talking about potentially a 10-15% basically shoring up 10 or 15% of the very junior rights that they hold, and turning that into real water.
Yeah. And those are just recent projects. I want to say those are projects that have been completed within the last 5-ish years. So that's not going back to 1996 and the 30 years of work. That's very specific to the work that's happened in the last 5 years, pretty much since we started working on this planning process. So that demonstrates the implementation that's occurring at the same time that the planning process is taking place.
And, I just to kind of unpack that a little bit more, the process for getting water from senior rights irrigation districts to junior rights irrigation districts, this alternative pathway that was described, is it's complicated, it's novel. People haven't done this in other basins. And it is a direct product of, of figuring out workarounds. Basically, we're really good in the Deschutes Basin at figuring out, how to work across jurisdictional boundaries, jurisdictional boundaries, organizational boundaries, rights of different entities to get water from places where we can save it to places where it's needed. And the basin plan fits really nicely into all. It is a critical next piece to all that work that's been happening over the last couple decades.
Couple thoughts, when exempt wells come up, I saw that was a bullet item up there. I mean, let's make sure to have the community conversation around that, because I remember the last long session, all of a sudden people were popping up saying, hey, exempt wells, exempt wells. It's like, hey, wait a minute, where's this conversation coming from? So let's make sure that we do talk about it if we're going to talk about it, but not just ram it down one path and say, oh, no, it's going to be good for everybody. So, because that's a hot topic, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, let's talk if we're going to talk about it. And then, the municipal treated water Class A and out of Bend is kind of designed downhill flow to the North Unit too. So I don't know if that's come up or if you've gone down that path at all. Bend is like, yeah, well, we're kind of ready for that. North Unit's like, yeah, we could kind of use that water, but somehow we need to have that conversation. My understanding, it's 14,000 acre feet. It's 7 in storage and 7 that could be used as it's processed during the summertime. So that's a big chunk of water. Obviously, it's processed water, but let's figure out where that could go. I mean, that's an interesting opportunity. I don't know if that's come up recently. I saw it on the list also.
Well, that is the benefit of this collaborative process, is that all the things have come up, and this collaborative effort gives us a platform to have those conversations. Really, it's very inclusive. So we have, like I said, 45 plus stakeholder groups and individuals that are at the table that have an interest in the topic of water in the basin. And so
and you asked
conversations off the table.
Well, you asked DEQ about it. They're like, water reuse, municipal processed water. I don't know. I mean, it's like, oh, come on, let's figure, there's value there, and maybe not diverting it all, but some of it. So whatever that can be done there.
One of the beauties of a comprehensive planning process like this is that you can have a goal, like providing North Unit with more water, and you can look at all of the different ways that can be accomplished. And you can say, well, doing it this way, could get us the water, but doing it this way might actually be cheaper and simpler. And we could use this water for this other need in the basin instead. So there is a lot of evaluation of all options to achieve all goals that's happening through the process. So absolutely that the water that's available through wastewater treatment at the City of Bend is on the table and is being evaluated.
For so many decades, like, water management happened in a siloed way. And so an effort like this is really wonderful to be able to break down all the silos and get everybody in together to talk about all the things so that we can collectively try to meet all the needs and try to do it in the most efficient way possible. So that's really what we're working on. And it's innovative. I mean, we're doing stuff that no other basin has done and that the state hasn't done. And so, but it's a pretty amazing opportunity, and we really appreciate all your support in helping make this happen.
Another opportunity for discussion is Southern Deschutes County, water systems. There's a lot of rural platted lots that were in there way before land use system, 50s and 60s. We want to protect groundwater with processing, septic systems on all these properties, but water systems would be offsetting that, exempt wells also. So maybe not just taking one step, but taking 2 or 3 steps. So, I mean, if we could put a water system in, and this is for a neighborhood that wants it, force it, allow sewer systems, all of a sudden somebody might be able to say, oh, well, now that we have this infrastructure, maybe we'll pave the road. And there's a beautiful rural neighborhood with groundwater protection because it'd be on a sewer system, and water management because it'd be on a domestic water system. So, as I say, another big pie in the sky opportunity to discuss.
Yeah, recent changes to the State Groundwater Protection Act put those kinds of opportunities more within reach for our rural communities than they've been. Something for us to, really that would be a piece of work that the county could play a particular lead role on coming years.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for your continued support. It's nice to see you all.
Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have the Deschutes Collaborative Forest Project, who was allocated a $10,000 grant for fiscal year 2026, and Jacob Fritz is on hand to give that presentation. And there is a PowerPoint associated with this one as well. Yep. Yeah.
Morning, commissioners. Thank you for having me back. It's good to see you all. Happy New Year. I'll just wait to see the PowerPoint pop on the screen there. My name is Jacob Fritz. I am the program director for the Deschutes Collaborative Forest Project, here to provide the interim report for the Deschutes County Special Projects Grant. As a quick reminder, the Deschutes Collaborative is a nonprofit organization that convenes diverse community stakeholder representatives to build a shared vision of restoration and active management with our partners, the Deschutes National Forest. So in particular, the Deschutes Collaborative Forest Project adds a lot of value to Deschutes County by monitoring the restoration and management work on the 2.5 million acres of federal forest land directly adjacent and within our communities. The DCFP adds value to community safety, in particular, by supporting wildfire resiliency work. And it's actually a good opportunity to speak with you all today, given the topic that started the day's agenda, as I'll be reporting on some of the additional work that will complement what you've just done, passing Resolution 327. Finally, the DCFP adds value really by taking on the most complicated and socially visible issues facing land management, resource management, forest management, to build social license and maintain public trust about what's going on our public lands. So I'm going to provide two particular updates for you all today. The first being some of the results from the recently completed 15-year monitoring report. And I'll also highlight the completion of a project I've brought before you before our core habitat and recreation balance zones of agreement, which were finalized in November of this past year. So to begin, I'll begin with the 15-year monitoring report. And what you see on your screen there is a map of the Collaborative Forest Landscape Restoration Program boundary. So we can think about this as the Deschutes Collaborative's focal area, beginning in 2010. So the DCFP has been focused in particular on this area, which contains roughly 15 large vegetation management projects for about 15 years. That doesn't mean that all of our attention is paid here. We do collaborate with the Deschutes National Forest in other areas, but there's a particular pot of federal funding that allows us to pay special attention to this area of approximately 215,000 acres from Sun River up to Sisters, directly adjacent to communities in many regards. All of these projects are either have decisions signed and are in implementation phases, or have their implementation completed. So some high level numbers for you. This again only applies within that focal area boundary. This is not for forest wide accomplishments, but what you'll see there are categories including commercial harvest, underburning, mowing, mastication, etc., representing major categories and stages of the restoration process. And that sums up to just under 160,000 acres of work within this focal area, which is a huge accomplishment over 15 years. It's time-consuming work. It's expensive work. So to reach that 160,000 acre mark is something that we're very proud to see done. This also doesn't include some other parts of the restoration process, including like subsoiling or stream restoration, road maintenance, things like that. So this isn't entirely comprehensive, but it gives you a good idea of what's been done on the landscape. Diving into some more of the details, the top graph that you have in front of you represents the trend in timber harvest over the past 15 years or so. And you'll see while there's variation year to year, on total harvest, the trend is consistently upward, increasing. The variation year to year could be explained by a number of different things. I think most probably there are two factors impacting the year-to-year fluctuations. The first being changes in direction and from the Washington office. And the second being when and where the Forest Service is working. So what stage a project is in. Not all units contain the same value of timber nor need the same amount of work. So it's reasonable to expect as they move through their projects, they'll have years where more timber is harvested than others. I wanted to highlight this trend of increasing harvest for two particular reasons. The first being its economic impact and its social impact for our communities, especially our rural communities. But secondly, the direct impact that it has on changing forest structure. And a change in forest structure is a critical component when we start talking about wildfire resiliency, forest wildfire resiliency, and community wildfire resiliency. So I'll direct your attention down to the bottom graph, and on the left-hand side, you'll see a bar graph of structural heterogeneity in the forest. And this is what we're talking about here is, is there diversity in stands in terms of the height and maturity of trees? Do we have small trees, medium trees, and large trees? Or is it all uniform? We're also talking about kind of lateral heterogeneity, and that can be thought of as like clumps, gaps, patches. And through the scientific literature, we know that this has a huge impact and a direct impact on fire severity. And so I'll direct your attention to the right side of that bottom graph, and you'll notice the declining extremity of fuel conditions over the past 15 years. I think that graph is from 2014 to 2024, so it's 10 years. But the point stands. We see a direct connection between the increasing heterogeneity and the decreasing fuel hazard conditions. Finalizing, some of these results from the 15-year monitoring report are specifics on fire risk. And the top graph, what I really wanted to highlight was the kind of mirrored image that you're going to see between the blue line and the orange line. The blue representing the acres deemed as low risk or low hazard fuels conditions. Orange representing the extreme conditions, fuel conditions. And you'll notice that those two lines are roughly mirrored and increasing and decreasing at very similar values. So we are seeing transitions of substantial number of acres on the forest between hazard classes, which is a great sign. The bottom graph I've included because I think it's important to not just look at the aggregate for this large expanse of the forest, but actually on the project level, we are seeing these trends that show up in the aggregate continue a little bit closer to the ground, where we're seeing fire risk decline. So this is certainly not comprehensive in terms of all of the results in the 15-year monitoring report. That's something that I would happily share if there's interest in reviewing the rest of it. But I felt that these results in particular would be of interest to the county and the county commissioners in particular. I think one thing that is important to emphasize at this point is that this work didn't just happen. 20, 25 years ago, as you are all aware, most forest management practices and activities were mired in conflict and litigation, right? There was very little progress being made on work that there was general agreement was necessary and scientifically consensus around its impact on wildfire. Through the work, the social license development work that the Deschutes Collaborative has been doing over the past decade and a half has really led to social conditions that have allowed for this scope and scale of work to be accomplished. And that's something that I certainly want to highlight here today and highlight in terms of what the special projects grants from the county is going to support, which is that building and maintenance of social license. Through our convening of diverse stakeholders, we're building social license and trust between diverse stakeholders, between professionals in forestry, in fire, and interagency trust and understanding. And similarly, through our outreach, education, and community dialogue, we're building and we're bringing along our community members at the same time. So that's really the meat and potatoes. But the final thing that I wanted to update you all on is a project, like I mentioned at the beginning, that I've brought before, which is the Core Habitat and Recreation Balance Project. And that might seem like an interesting pivot here at the end from fire severity, but I think it's an important piece of additional context to our social license work. Social license doesn't just mean resolving conflict between environmentalists and timber industry members, although that's certainly a large part of it. Building social license means the Deschutes Collaborative is prepared to engage in difficult conversations, no matter where they arise. And we see that between our recreation industry, which we all know has massive impacts economically here, overlapping with our tourism, as well as in terms of lifestyle for community members. We also, that clashes in a lot of moments in terms in the project planning with wildlife interests, which are critical for biodiversity and ecologic function of the forest, and the forest being what drives so many people to live and visit this region. So it's this work that we finalized in November of 2025 that I think is a great complement to some of the previous agreements that the DCFP has built, seeking to balance values across the forest and reduce community conflict to ensure that beneficial forest management work can continue and protect communities and enhance our region. So I would like to thank you all for inviting me here today to update you on these pieces, and B, for the continued support. I mean, it makes a massive difference. So we very much appreciate your support and look forward to hopefully continuing to work with you.
A big picture, is that kind of a pivot happening with the recreation and habitat effort? I'm just thinking, so you're kind of giving us a 15-year window look back. What does the next 3 to 5 or 10 look like? Or
yeah. So the first 15 years really was centered around both project-specific collaboration as well as sort of higher-level agreements, looking at dominant plant association groups,
and wildfire threat. Being able to sleep at night and not worry in the summertime in August that we're just going to get plastered by a fire coming out of the forest. So I mean, that was the goal, I think, originally, the starting point for this.
piece.
Correct. And I would say that we're going to continue that work in particular. I don't think that our purpose and mission has deviated at all. Our time within the Collaborative Forest Landscape Program has come to an end. So the concerted focus on those 200-some thousand acres now is not, required in an agreement with the federal government. So it does allow us more flexibility of where are we going to be focusing, where are we going to be collaborating with the Deschutes National Forest. But I don't think the intent of that collaboration has changed in any way, shape, or form.
What does funding look like in the big picture then? I mean, if we're going to give $10,000, is that matched by feds at this point? Or I don't know what the
yes, there's the funding that we get from the federal government is not exclusive to that program. So there are other matching dollars that we will be able to leverage with continued county support. We're not solely reliant on federal support either. We do get support from the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, the Oregon Community Foundation, the Bella Vista Foundation. So we do have a diverse array of funders. And while federal funding currently, and to some extent, some state funding apparatuses are somewhat uncertain, there's the
multiple.
We have strong outlook.
Have you ever heard of juniper eradication efforts? I joke. Has that?
Yeah, it costs a lot.
We could talk about.
I know.
We could talk about
Is
ghosts
that-
too, couldn't we?
Does that come up in some of these units though? Seriously, I mean, have you, or is it not an issue? The juniper landscapes.
It hasn't been a primary area of focus up until now. I think what we are going to see is as we experience hotter and drier conditions, changing precipitation patterns, we are starting to see areas of transition where regeneration of ponderosa pine is not as robust, for example, especially in the lower elevations. And what we're seeing is establishment of juniper, of grasslands and brushland. And so I think those are some of the major topics that we are facing and that the collaborative will be looking at is how are we going to continue to manage this forest, especially in at-risk or transitional zones moving forward, and what is going to work for the various values at risk, whether those be community wildfire safety, integrity of the recreation industry, forest products industry, et cetera. So I think that's where juniper will come in moving forward.
You haven't done much with juniper previously, or I mean, they haven't had any units.
The
with
national
juniper.
the national forest boundaries were drawn with not much juniper in them.
Yeah, okay, that answers it right there. Yeah, so it's just
and
not
DCFP is
not in the-
primarily focused on the 2.5 million acre Deschutes National Forest. So the BLM, there's a whole lot of juniper out there, and there have been various other kinds of collaborative efforts in the past to advance juniper treatments on the BLM land.
but it hasn't been in the scope. That's interesting. Good, thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Yes.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next up, we have Rachel Cardwell with Friends of the Children. They received $12,500 and no PowerPoint is associated with this presentation.
Joining us though.
Morning. Apologies for not bringing a fancy PowerPoint. Maybe that will make me a little more short-winded this morning. I'm very pleased to be sitting in front of you again to offer this mid-year report to discuss some celebrations that we're having within our program, but also some challenges that we've experienced really in the last 3 months as a program, and not immune from challenges that many of our nonprofit partners have been facing in the last year. I'll share today that the biggest feather in our cap is that we currently serve 97 children across our Central Oregon region. 93 of those children are Deschutes County residents. We are very pleased with that growth. We are well on our way of our 5-year strategic plan to hit 128 children served by the spring of 2028. A reminder, Friends of the Children is a long-term professional mentoring program. We opened our doors in late 2017, enrolling our first cohort of kindergartners at that time. Long-term professional mentoring is distinctive in two ways. One, our mentors are full-time salaried employees. It is their job to work with children impacted by severe levels of trauma prior to the age of 5 when we meet them. That professional mentoring means that it is a higher dosage of mentoring that we offer to the children in our program. It also aligns with a prescription. So rather than fun activities that many mentors and their youth engage in, our mentors engage in an evidence-based, data-proven model toward 3 long-term outcomes. Those long-term outcomes are achieved across a 12.5-year-long continuum. That is how long the children in our program have a relationship with their mentor. It starts when the child is between the ages of 4 and 6 and lasts until they graduate from high school. That high school graduation is our first long-term outcome. Over the last 30 plus years that our model has existed, from its inception in our Portland, original chapter in Portland, to now 40 locations across the country, 83% of the children in our program graduate from high school. 92% of those children avoid interactions with the juvenile justice system, and 98% of those children do not become parents early themselves. Those 3 outcomes, in addition to graduating high school with a plan for their future, where they're entering one of what we call the 3 E's, which is a next step in education, either at a trade, community, or 4-year institution, employment in a living wage job, or enlistment and service in our military. Those 4 outcomes mean that we are having a significant impact on breaking generational cycles of poverty and violence for those 94 children here in Deschutes County.
Rachel, does that include Circle of Friends and Sisters, your number, or are they separate?
They are a separate entity that follow a different model, actually.
Okay.
So Circle of Friends, while connected to our founder, Duncan Campbell, they operate with volunteer mentors, not salaried professional mentors.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Absolutely.
Do you know how many are in their program?
I don't.
Okay, I mean, I was just thinking I so appreciate your program, and I love the fact what you do and the continuity, and you're working in La Pine now.
We are indeed. That's another feather in our cap, is our ability to translate our model into rural service, knowing that we are only successful through partnerships. We are often the conduit that many of our youth and families access services that are so hard for them to access. And so often it is their mentor or our program staff that are connecting them to resources for basic needs, for mental health supports, for education and tutoring supports. We are often that program or that person for them. And I got off track there for just a second. Apologies. So that is where we are today. Our oldest and original cohort is in the middle of their 8th grade year. So 2/3 of the way there, meeting a lot of benchmark goals that we set out for our children across that 12.5-year continuum. We had the fun wrinkle of school time loss. And what we're pleased to say is that our children continue to make up ground lost in those years. They have done so because we've invested in hiring a national board certified teacher to be a member of our staff, to build out an early literacy curriculum for our kids, so that they're working toward that really important 3rd grade reading benchmark, 4th grade math benchmarks, and then has expanded in this last year to be offering tutoring supports to our children in middle school who are getting very ready to launch into high school this coming fall. So I'm going to pause there and ask if there's any other kind of programmatic or model questions before I start with a challenge and then a celebration.
So how many mentors do you have then?
Each of our mentors serves a roster of 8 children. So we have 12 mentors. And then our education manager, that teacher that I just mentioned, she also mentors 1 child, which is what gets us to 97.
And how long have you been with the program now? Is it?
I'm about to hit my 5-year anniversary in May, which feels surreal. I could blink and be back to that first day. But yes, it is coming on 5 years.
No, thank you so much. You know, what your program has done has been to be commended. You see our Oregon kids are at the bottom for reading, and you stepped in immediately and did everything you could. I remember you were doing summer school with reading programs, and I was so thankful.
We're able to do that year round now and partner with our local school districts to be communicating with our children's teachers and to be coordinating with the classroom instruction that they're getting during the day, making sure we know where they are with school assessments, how they respond to education in a school setting versus our tutoring setting. It's really allowed us to level up and individualize those supports for each child. So I'll start with a challenge, mostly because I like ending with a win, but a year ago, we submitted a request for support from the County Commission to expand further into La Pine, to enroll another cohort of 16 children, which would have commenced really today. Typically, our initial work with school districts and with kindergarten classroom teachers begins in the fall with communication about maybe what families or children we should be taking an extra look at. And then that selection process and observations of children in both school and home settings begin after the winter break. I'll say that it is our practice as a chapter and as an agency across the country. It is our practice to fundraise 3 years of funding for that cohort before selecting them. We like to have money in the bank that provides sustainable funding for each child that we enroll. We don't want to get out over our skis, as it were. And the Deschutes County Commission was the first of those funding asks that we had out that came with a resounding yes. We'd love to support your expansion into La Pine. On the heels of that decision was another private funder that really loves the rural service of our model, and they came in with a 6-figure gift to support that expansion. So we had pretty quickly, we had year 1 covered of that 3-year plan. And then September hit. And 3 major funding sources, which allow for that expansion work, but also underwrite much of the work and celebrations that I've shared with you already, our work in education. 3 of those funding sources vanished, either because of cuts at the federal level, competitive processes with other nonprofits that were struggling to keep doors open, or in one case, a private foundation that asked us to wait a year, said, we'd really love to invest in your growth, but with what's happening right now, we need to focus on other programs, come back in a year. And so out the gate, and by November, the writing was kind of on the wall that we were not going to be able to hit that 3 years of funding mark and begin selection. We have not stopped. And so let me say that funding loss represented a total of $250,000 for our program in this fiscal year. And we have to date raised $160,000 of that to fill a gap. We are also approaching this particular fiscal year with budget cuts and adjustments to what we plan to spend this year to close that gap and make sure that we're not operating in a deficit, to continue our strong financial position into fiscal year 27 and make good on our promise to the community of La Pine that we'll select that cohort in the school year 26-27. I'm going to pause there and answer any questions you might have about those challenges.
So Rachel, the 3 funding sources that disintegrated, those were for the La Pine expansion, or those were for kind of more core
both
programming, or
both.
Okay.
It was programming across our program, which was a portion of those expanded slots that we planned to offer.
Okay. And so the funds that you've secured towards the La Pine expansion, are those just sort of, frozen on the side, or are
Exactly.
you're okay? So you're not asking to reprogram those funds
No,
to
not at all.
other operations.
Being held. Yes. Okay. No, we have not spent them because the purpose that we receive them has not been executed yet.
Thank you.
Well, I could say, I mean, this is a challenging time for everybody in our public budgets. The path is getting real narrow on that. And it's not just Deschutes County, it's everybody. And then, it feels like we're going to have a kind of a surge of just kind of commercial and private activity and hopefully profit at some point. But it's not in our hands right now. So that's just where we're at. It's just where we're at.
There's a lot of unknown out there, and I'll say it gutted me in a way that I don't know that I anticipated in looking at that decision. I don't know if I've shared, but I was a rural kid, a rural Oregon kid. I grew up in Klamath Falls.
Klamath Falls.
Yep. I know what programs like this mean to kids in small towns, and to look at that and say, our promise to you is to be a stable force in your life. And right now, I can't promise that we can do that with a new cohort of kids was really, really hard to say. And that's not to say that we won't. We just need a little more time to raise those funds so that we can be.
Yeah, understood.
So moving into a celebration, what we have done since then is taken concerted and intentional steps to become a licensed behavioral health provider in the state of Oregon. Through a collaborative grant from the Oregon Health Authority, alongside the Klamath Falls chapter of Friends of the Children, as well as the Lane County chapter of Friends of the Children, we are further professionalizing our teams into the behavioral health space. We will have a licensed clinical supervisor on our staff overseeing the build out of clinical services for all children and families in our program. Our mentors will become certified QMHA, which is a certification from our state mental health board, which stands for Qualified Mental Health Associate. That allows them to work and coordinate with that licensed clinician on assessment, diagnosis, and treatment of children in our program. They are not the decider of treatment, let's be clear. They aren't counselors themselves, but they get to be part of the culture of care that is built around the children and families in our program. And through this leveling up and professionalization process, they will be better apt to meet the mental health needs of children in our program. That also will allow us to diversify our revenue streams moving forward. Will be a component of every new child that is enrolled into our program, having access to those services, having that initial assessment, and if needed, a diagnosis, will allow us to coordinate with Pacific Source and other insurance entities to provide some funding for the services that we're providing that are prescribed in a treatment plan if necessary.
So Rich,
Yeah.
I was just going to ask, of the 93 Deschutes County members of your team, your group, are any of them from Lapine then?
16.
16 are. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought you were there, but you were going to bring in another
We're going
additional.
to grow to 32.
Yeah, 17. Yeah.
Still planning to,
Okay.
but just a year out.
Rachel, the funding stream diversification, working with Pacific Source. So ultimately, are those Medicaid or OHP dollars? Okay.
They can be private insurance as well for our kids who have private insurance through parents' employment. That is not the majority of our children. Probably 2/3 are on OHP or Medicaid dollars. And so we've been tracking changes to those programs quite intently. And I'll say from when we started talking about this project to today, my financial pro forma for those dollars has shifted. The reimbursement rates for these services have gone down, but we remain in partnership with Pacific Source and with the Oregon Health Authority, knowing that we'll be able to bill for some of these services, maybe not for as much as we had hoped to from the outset, but reimbursement for mental health and skill building services through OHP are not going away.
And with massive changes to Medicaid funding nationally, and they are new eligibility requirements. Do you anticipate that some of the families that currently are covered by OHP that you serve becoming ineligible?
Yeah, I think they'll struggle to prove continued eligibility. I think we will sit in a space of supporting them through that that continuation process if needed. But in the state of Oregon, children are always eligible. So if a parent were to be determined ineligible, their child isn't necessarily ineligible for coverage.
Right. Okay. That's good. Glad to hear that. Thank you.
Well, thanks for looking for those opportunities to, kind of balance out the program, looking for these service levels that you can provide with the organization and for the work you're doing.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Appreciate it.
So are the 4 kids, are they from Klamath Falls? That you said there's 97 in the program, or which county are they from?
We have 3 children in Prineville and 1
Okay.
up in Madras.
Okay, all right.
We don't serve Klamath County.
But they go to school here do they go to school then in Deschutes County?
No.
You actually work with them
Yes,
there?
we've always served a Central Oregon region, mostly to be able to follow a child that leaves Deschutes County into Crook or Jefferson. So there's always been a handful of children in our program that start here. We always select from Bend and Redmond schools, but they don't become ineligible for our services if they move out of county. And very often the reason that they are moved out of our county is because they've entered foster care.
Oh, gosh.
So we follow them no matter what.
Thank you so much. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for your leadership. It's 5 years. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, next up, we have Newberry Regional Partnership. They received a grant in the amount of $5,000 for fiscal year 2026, and Megan Tuck is available to provide an update. I can do that.
Good morning, commissioners. Yeah, we're just passing out some of the booklets now that we have our finalized strategic action plan, which I think will be helpful to reference and follow along if you'd like during this presentation. But first of all, my name is Megan Tuck. I'm a program coordinator with Central Oregon Intergovernmental Council in our Community and Economic Development Department. Thanks for having me here today, and I'm joining to provide the mid-year update on behalf of the Newberry Regional Partnership. CYC has supported the Newberry Regional Partnership through our Rural Community Building Program since its inception in 2022. In many ways, we act as staff capacity for this entirely volunteer-run organization, supporting them with facilitation, organizational development, and grant writing. And I'm sure a lot of you are familiar, but just to provide a brief overview, NRP is a community-based nonprofit serving South Deschutes County and parts of northern Klamath County, all centered around the Lapine area. This group started with a team of public and private partners who came together with the goal of developing a community-led plan to address rapid growth and change in the region, as well as develop some new and creative pathways for civic engagement in a community where many residents face barriers to participation. In 2025, we successfully completed the 2025-2030 Newberry Country Strategic Action Plan. This was the result of a really comprehensive and collaborative effort, and we're really proud to be able to present the final product and share it with the community. The plan includes 27 strategies across 7 focus areas, those being resilient, wildfire and public safety, livable, which is growth planning infrastructure, sustainable, which addresses environment and outdoor recreation, thriving, health, wellness, and human services, prosperous, which is jobs and economic development, inspired, which is education, learning, and youth activities, and vibrant, arts, culture, and civic life. So as you can see, it really spans the gamut of all the things the rural community might need to address. NRP extends their gratitude for this grant from Deschutes County's Lottery Funds program to support implementation of the strategic action plan now that it's completed. Action teams, which include a community champion, which is a volunteer leader, government agencies, local businesses, nonprofits, residents, and various partners are the ones charged with implementing the plan. NRP provides support to the action teams through facilitation, partnership development, volunteer management, event coordination, grant writing, project development, really anything they might need. And yeah, each action team has a different set of partners with varying levels of capacity. And so NRP is designed to provide that flexible and adaptable support to the unique needs of each team and our different volunteer champions. And even in some cases, NRP support isn't needed, and you've got a group of volunteers who are moving something forward. But NRP still recognizes their work as one of our partners that are making progress towards implementing the strategies. And yeah, again, collaboration is really key to everything that NRP does. Only a year out from completion, there has been immense energy and significant achievements, specifically in the wildfire prevention and preparedness, as well as clean up trash and garbage from public land strategies. This is largely due to impressive efforts of collaboration, dedication, and volunteerism from the community and partners. And these two issues specifically were some of the top ones to arise out of our public engagement and feedback that we got from the community. And I think a lot of this is really due to the structure and the ecosystem of collaboration that NRP has cultivated and has really catalyzed a lot of this work. To highlight the work of one of our action teams, there's many going on, but I thought this one would be great to mention. In 2025, Newberry Country Land Stewards, which is our public lands cleanup action team, conducted 3 large-scale cleanups on public lands near and around La Pine. They ended up removing over 720 cubic yards of trash, more than 26 abandoned RVs, propane tanks, pallets, shopping carts, other miscellaneous items, you name it. This could not have been possible without over 1,000 volunteer hours contributed by community members, as well as donations from local businesses and companies who really wanted to support this effort. I think this is a great example of a project because it, one, helps reduce wildfire risk, but also improves forest health and maintains safe and usable recreation areas for folks. And Newberry Country Land Stewards is going to continue their amazing work in 2026. And would just like to mention our community champion, Shannon Shahan, for all the work that she's done and being instrumental in leading Newberry Country Land Stewards. And we're very thankful for her dedication. In 2026, this year, NRP continues to follow the energy in implementing the plan, as well as focus on organizational development as they are a new nonprofit organization. Currently, wildfire preparedness, public land cleanups, education and workforce, small business development, entrepreneurial support, health and wellness initiatives, and housing-related action teams are all gearing up to take on projects in the new year. So there's a lot going on and a lot of energy that we're excited to follow. We're excited for the opportunities ahead and look forward to continuing our partnership with the county on multiple fronts as they're listed as a partner here and have been great to work with. And yeah, just thank you for your support over the years.
Megan, thank you very much. Great update. And to say I'm very involved with this. My wife is also, but this is just a great point in time to take a look at a little brochure, think, oh, how does this fit together? Where are we going to go? Where can I plug in? You know, for any community member, it's just so valuable like that. I know that there's a Northern Klamath wildfire forest management homeless discussion being scheduled for January 29th. And that's participation by Northern Klamath, right? The Walker Range folks and community members in Klamath County. So it isn't just Deschutes County, and it is that service area for you think of it as the city of La Pine, but Sun River is very active in this also. And it's wonderful to just look at the map inside the book here, just thinking, oh, what is this thing called Newberry Country? But it's just the service area that people kind of get to know each other and where they go shopping and where you see each other in the Park District, the city itself, Sun River proper, but Paulina and East Lake and Wickiup and all that kind of stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
No, Megan, thank you so much. And the cleanup I know has been phenomenal. So, Darlene, how many fires did we have? 4, 3, 5, 6, whatever, way too many. So I really appreciate what the community's done. And thank goodness I hear that BLM has actually stepped up too.
Yeah, I think that's been a
They did write a letter. They did sign their letter. And yeah, it's great to hear that they followed through. So good job.
Thanks for joining us.
All right, and then our final grant recipient for this cycle is Shepherd's House Ministry, who received $15,000 in fiscal year 2026 grant funds. And we have Jerry Keeping here from Shepherd's House to give a presentation, and we do have a PowerPoint there as well.
Hey, thank you, guys. Thank you, County Commissioner Chang, DeBone, and Adair. Very grateful for what you guys have done over the last couple of years for us. And I'm going to give you a kind of a overarching, more 30,000 foot review of what's happened since we sat in front of you. And then certainly would love to know any of the questions that you guys might have. Thank you for the cooperation and support of not only you, but also all the unsung heroes, the staff behind you that help make this county so great that we all love to live in. We all know that homelessness is on the rise. Our PIT count over the last 2 years has been very, it has definitely shown us that 17% increase over the last 2 years of homelessness. And we're all trying to figure out the best ways that we can help those folks. And Shepherd's House is, I'm sure you guys already know this, we're the biggest entity right now in Central Oregon helping those kinds of people. Abby's House was established over 10 years ago. And for the last same amount of time, we've only been able to house 9 to 10 women and children. And thankfully, we've been able to house multiple people as they come through and graduate and move on. But that's all that we've been able to do. 19 months ago, and for the first time of being on staff at Shepherd's House Ministry, I stood with the executive director, Kurt Flosky, right on that porch. And we had a conversation. I said to him, what, if you could do anything, what would you do to help the women and children in our community? And he pointed at all the units out in front of us and he said, I'd purchase all these units. And much to our surprise, just months later, those units became available. So we went to work. And I'll use this term, I apologize, by the grace of God. And much to our surprise, and with the help of Hayden Homes, we began to talk about all these houses. County became the seed money to us establishing what we've been able to do. And I'm so excited to share the news of what has happened since I was last here. You guys became the seed money, and we started to work on establishing all of the units around us to be part of the Abby's House campus. We applied for an FHLB loan grant. It's actually a grant last April. And I think I reported that to you last time I was here. And I've got great news. We were awarded $3 million from Federal Home Loan Bank, which I don't know how much of all that would happen if we didn't have the county commissioners seeding us money at the beginning. In addition to that, we've worked with a bunch of our donors, and we've been able to do very much in the last year. So this was Abby's House originally. You can see the picture there. 9 or 10 women and children have been housed there based on circumstance, depends on their situation, whether we can house 9 or 10. And so as we begin to get to work, you will see on the next slide that what's going to happen is an expansion of Abby's House proper, the house itself. And do I have control of switching those? I'm sorry?
Keyboard in front of you, maybe.
Just the space bar? Thank you so much.
Magic.
And magic. So you can see in the green there, our intention is to expand Abby's House proper. And the reason for that is the expansion of the campus. Now we're going to be able to house about, well more, maybe 3 to 4 times more people for dinner, for group meetings, for counseling. And it's going to be a great help in sustaining the entire campus. But here's more exciting news. This is our campus as it sits today. And you can see from the above you all the houses we're going to talk about. You're going to see the property behind Abby's House. It's there dead center with the kind of brownish roof on it. The property behind it is also being donated by Hayden Homes to us. And we're going to expand that into our campus. We have future plans of that. We're not going to talk about that today. But here's what starts to happen. That's Abby's House Original. And you begin to see a dotted line that goes around the property that we once had. And then we began to progress. These are the units that you guys helped us secure. We started with just the fact that we were going to try to secure the first 6, 1 through 6 there. And then 8 came available. So we were able to purchase 8. Then 7 came available. We were able to purchase 7. And 6 is where your grant has came to work. This is called the Deschutes County Cottage. Since we have been able to secure all these homes, and just in this Deschutes County Cottage, we've been able to help a lady that would have been homeless, who's now been staying in that home for the last 10 plus months. She will be moved out, and so will the people at Abby's House. So you might say, what's going to happen? We have a plan. We're going to remodel the 1, 2, 5, and 6 from a 1 to 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, to a 3 bedroom, 2 bath. We're going to do that by, of course, working with the county to secure the permits to change the garages, 2-car garages, into 2 more bedrooms and 1 more bath. That number will raise from 9 or 10 to 40 plus women and children that will be housed in Deschutes County that would otherwise be vulnerable, whether that is through homelessness or the abuse they face or them actually being scared for their very lives. We're so grateful that we've been able to do this through Deschutes County, some specific donors, and Hayden Homes. And now I get to tell you the really, really great news. All of this, except for 7, will be paid off completely. All the remodeling will be paid off completely. It's the first time Shepherd's House has ever been able to own property. A lot of that comes from the seed money that you guys gave us. We're so grateful and thankful for that. So what's next? Well, we got to raise about a $1.5 million to, after we have it all remodeled, to operate those this expanded role with different roles that we need to hire on, as well as more support and more funding for the necessities. However, we already have donors that are participating in that as well. And so we're super excited about what's happening. Also, I mentioned how's this going to work. So our long-term goal is to remodel the 1 through 6 first. We've already put in brand new flooring in 8, and that house is ready for move-in. And so we're going to move the ladies out of Abby's House proper into those units while we remodel Abby's House proper. Then we're going to move them back into there and then expand out from there. I'd just like to say this in closing, and I don't want to take a lot of your time. In every office I've ever had, I've had this saying. It's on a plaque. And it says this: dream a dream so impossible, it's doomed to failure unless God is in it. And I do believe this to be true. Between the county, you commissioners, the Federal Home Loan Bank, Hayden Homes, and this great community, we are establishing a legacy that will last long after we're all gone, where hundreds of women and children will be safe, they'll be reestablished, and they'll be able to sustain themselves for years to come. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Wow. Jerry, thank you so much. And we're representing the people of Deschutes when we make these policy choices. So it's everybody, and we're in this together as a community also. But thank you very much for your enthusiasm and success in this last year.
Been amazing.
Jerry, can I ask, so you mentioned families moving around within the campus, with these various phases of construction. So what is how long are families allowed to stay at Abby's House? And kind of like what's the approach to getting them to other long-term permanent housing?
A great question. We actually have a 6-step process. So they have to walk through the 6 steps. Each one of them, they have to graduate from into the next step. After the 6 steps, with our men's program, We've had graduate homes and transitional homes. With our women's, we've never had that. And now we're able to add that with 7, 8, and possibly in 9, which I didn't show you guys, but 9 is the one next to the left of 8 that's up for sale right now, and we're working with Hayden Homes to secure it. So we'll be able to then, Commissioner Chang, move them through the steps, the process, and then into some of them transitional housing. Watch this. Some of them into graduate housing means they're never going to, because of their disabilities, they're never going to be able to live on their own. Shepherd's House will house them until they pass away.
Okay.
And we're doing that right now with some men, and we are so thankful that now we get to do it with women and children. Those various steps, they're all laid out for those people to obtain. That could take them 6 months to get through or 2 years. We don't have a time frame for them. What we want to do is move them from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and so forth and so on.
Good to understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
So now we know why you moved to your new position that you've been at. And, it's really outstanding. I just heard the story of someone whose sister had been murdered by her husband. And when you see those kind of stories and you just think women need safety, and especially when they have children. So thank you for all you're doing. Thank you to Hayden Homes for adding that to the priorities of giving back to the community.
And I'm happy to announce that throughout our whole entire program, which is 6 different sites, we house currently about 30 children that would be otherwise homeless. And I'm proud to say that as part of Shepherd's House, that's what we get to do. Those kids deserve it. And I heard from Friends of the Children and what great work they're doing. I think collaboratively, as we all start to approach this, we can make an impact on homelessness. We will never solve homelessness. It won't be solved, but we can make an impact. And it's because of you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Real positive finish here today.
Yes.
And actually, while we have Jerry up here, I just want to make a point of clarification. It's come to my attention that Jerry was also asked by Laura Skundrick to come next week to give a presentation on the $225,000 received from ARPA funds for the Abby's House. So I think that presentation now was given today. Yeah, and they were combined. So there's 2 different Deschutes County employees who manage the 2 separate funds and hadn't talked to each other and didn't realize. I think that maybe there was, that those got combined today in today's presentation. So we won't ask Jerry to come back next week to give.
Maybe we should, because he said he's going to.
So uplifting.
Yeah, he's going to name something Deschutes County Cottage. I think that's because actually I was sitting by somebody at a lunch one day who was on your board, and that's really what a great story. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I'm sorry for the confusion, because when I walked up, I heard 15,000. I'm like, wait a minute. I thought I was reporting on the 225. And so I appreciate you combining them together. And if I need to come back, I will. If I'm excused from that, I would appreciate that, because I got a lot of work to do.
You need to get
maybe you could just for the purposes of the special projects grant, tell us within all the work. I mean, so you did describe, the way that these $225,000 were utilized, but what specifically did you do with the 15? Or are you doing with it?
I'm trying to in my brain right now to try to separate the 2, because they've kind of combined into the one larger project. And so, boy, I'm stumped right now, to be honest with you. I have to go back and grab exactly where we used each amount. And like I said, I thought I was reporting today on the 225 opposed to the 15. So
I can read what the grant application was for. It said funds will be used to purchase needed foods, including meats, vegetables, dairy, and produce, and will help provide over 13,000 meals to shelter residents and walking guests. That was the original grant request. The grant request was higher than the actual amount that was awarded. So
I could talk to that really simply. This last year, as you guys know, both SNAP benefits have been cut, and also there's been a reduction in the food bank amount for every single state in the United States of America. We have faced a major crisis in that situation where as we get most of our stuff from Neighbor Impact, which is our Oregon Food Bank. and they've seen a massive reduction. And so those funds have been able to help us get through the winter and get through the months that we don't have our community coming together. And will go into the future of including Abby's House. Our kitchens right now in Redmond and our men's center in Bend and the Lighthouse are providing meals for the women and children as well. And so they're prepared and then delivered to the house for those. So I think that would be all encompassing to all of our sites together to help boost that amount and make up the gap that we've experienced over the last year.
Yeah, there's a lot of nutritional assistance need to go around in the community. So
yeah,
it's glad we can make some of these investments and help a little bit.
And just a little bit of details that might help you is we feed over 400 people every day, over 1,000 meals every single day. And so that money that you gave us for that would certainly help boost the ability to do that and do it well.
Did you say 400 people per day?
400 people per day, over 1,000 meals, because many of them spend 2-3 meals with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yep. Now it's clear. Don't need to see you next week.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks. And that concludes the mid-year updates for the special projects grants. Thank you.
You, Jen. Okay. Item number 11. Consideration to reopen the record on the proposed, oh wait, sorry, I'm jumping ahead. Item number 10, first reading of ordinance number 2026-004.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name's Audrey Stewart. I'm an Associate Planner with Community Development. The item before you is a first reading of an ordinance approving a comprehensive plan amendment and zone change. The property owner applied to change the zoning of their property from exclusive farm use to multiple use agricultural, and there's a concurrent request to change the comprehensive plan designation from agriculture to rural residential exception area. This property is located east of Bend. It's about 240 acres in size, and it's about 0.26 miles from the city of Bend's urban growth boundary. An initial public hearing was held before a hearings officer, and the hearings officer recommended approval of this application. The board held a public hearing on August 20th and deliberated on August 15th. And after that deliberations, you voted to approve this application. Your packet includes a draft ordinance that reflects the outcome of those board deliberations. Ordinance 2026-004 includes supporting materials such as maps, the hearings officer recommendation, and proposed board findings. A proposed motion is also included in your agenda packet, and I'm available for any discussion or questions from the board.
Yeah, no discussion. I'm ready for a motion.
And I would say we deliberated extensively on this item already. In my opinion, this application is a little bit ahead of its time in terms of providing for the orderly transition from urban to rural, which is one of our key responsibilities. But that's why I'll be voting no.
So I move approval of first reading of ordinance number 2026-004 by title only.
I will second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Calling for the vote. Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And chair votes no. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'll return in 2 weeks for the second reading of this ordinance.
If we could read the title.
Yes, sorry. Okay. First reading of ordinance number 2026-004 before the Board of County Commissioners of Deschutes County, Oregon. An ordinance amending Deschutes County Code Title 23, the Deschutes County Comprehensive Plan, to change the comprehensive plan map designation for certain property from agriculture to rural residential exception area, and amending Deschutes County Code Title 18, the Deschutes County zoning map to change the zone designation for certain property from exclusive farm use to multiple use agriculture. Right. Thank you, Audrey. Okay, now item 11, another land use item, a consideration to reopen the record on the proposed text amendment to county code to allow RV parks as a new conditional use in the Tumalo Commercial District.
Thank you, Commissioners. Again, Audrey Stewart, Associate Planner. The item before you is a work session regarding a text amendment that would add a recreational vehicle park as a new conditional use in the Tumalo Commercial District. We were originally scheduled to hold deliberations last week, and staff asked for more time on this. So thank you for your flexibility and for granting that additional time. As discussed, there are procedural questions that were raised about how members of the public can participate, and specifically if they can speak to commissioners directly on this. This application is unique. It has elements of both a quasi-judicial and a legislative amendment. Quasi-judicial applications are those that impact a limited number of properties. In most cases, such as this one, it impacts one property owner. In a quasi-judicial process, the decision maker must disclose any ex parte contacts that they've had. By contrast, a legislative process involves a policy decision from the board. In legislative proceedings, the board can engage directly with any party, and you don't have to disclose those. However, even in a legislative proceeding, the board is not required to engage directly. The hearings officer proceedings followed a quasi-judicial process where the hearings officer identified relevant approval criteria and provided a recommendation. The board proceedings are different because there's a policy decision to be made, which is more legislative in nature. Because these procedural questions have been raised, the prudent approach is to reopen the public hearing and clarify that this hearing before the board is following the process for a legislative amendment. This allows the board to consider and discuss policy reasons to either approve or deny the application, and it also clarifies that members of the public can contact and speak with the board directly. We've had a number of meetings with planning staff and legal staff, and we believe that this is the safest approach to avoid a procedural issue. The applicant has also reached out and let me know that they support this approach. Written and oral testimony that was already provided will continue to be in the record that the board considers. So this means if someone has already participated or they provided testimony back in October, they don't have to resubmit those comments. A text amendment is not subject to the 150-day land use clock, so reopening the hearing will also not create any timeline issues. You have two versions of Draft Order 2026-005 in your packet. Staff is recommending that the board move to approve option B of the suggested motions, and this is the one that would reopen the record and continue the public hearing. With that, I'm available for questions or discussion from the board.
So, Audrey, under option B, there wouldn't be any new presentation or anything like that. We would just be reopening the public hearing and allowing more people to come and speak to the Board of Commissioners.
So we would reopen the public hearing. I would mail out a new public notice. So schedule that hearing date, mail out a new notice. We would go through the hearings procedures. So for example, I would set the table and explain how it works procedurally. The applicant would have a chance to present. In the materials I'm publishing and in my opening remarks, I'll really stress that you don't have to repeat your previous comments. So hopefully it would be a little bit of a more streamlined hearing.
You would share that with the people who come to attend. Okay. No.
Well, I mean, I got to imagine that if the applicant's going to say anything, he's going to say everything just to get a complete picture out again. And people are going to be motivated to come join us. So, yeah, I mean, you could make a note that, you don't need to repeat yourself, but people are going to want to probably, have a complete statement. I got to imagine, which I support. I'm not opposed to that at all. I'm just thinking through what we might see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I feel like we heard a pretty thorough presentation from the applicant, and we heard, kind of a pretty broad range of concerns and perspectives from residents. And so I'm not picturing hearing anything new necessarily with a reopened public hearing, but if that is the recommendation, to keep us procedurally on track, then I'm okay with that.
Thank you, Commissioner. And after talking internally, we decided to take this kind of more cautious approach. So if there are any procedural objections, it's a chance to lay it all out before we move into deliberations.
Thank you. So, Commissioner Adair, any thoughts on this question of option A or option B?
It's fascinating, honestly. I mean, the applicant kept emailing me, wanting to meet with me. And, I was told not to meet with him. And then I was told maybe it's okay. And, I drive in this little neighborhood and I see the lack of parking thereof. And I would love to have somebody find me a spot every time I pull into this neighborhood, because parking is definitely an issue. And when the bite is hopping, it is incredibly an issue. You can park quite a ways away. So anyway, I just find this fascinating that we're having to bring this for some reason that I don't quite understand. The community actually, came in and testified. What do we have? 40 some emails in my record, 41 emails of against it. And then I know the day, in my binder, I took notes of everyone that actually cared enough. And so I'm sure they're going to be back in repeating their story, because the parking hasn't gotten any better in Tumalo.
Commissioner, and the hearing would be reopened. So we would, encourage folks for the sake of efficiency, but they would have the right, if they wanted to come and provide the same testimony, they could.
So are you going to keep track of it?
I will. Yeah, I keep a running list of folks who've participated.
But is it like 96-3 or something?
Right now, the mailing list has 105 entries. There's some caveats because sometimes, for example, married couples will
Right.
have an email address,
But they're both allowed to their opinions, right?
Exactly. We're at 105 right now.
Okay, so we're at 105. Okay.
Yes, dear.
Yeah. Yes, dear. I know. It's always nice when they're on the same side.
So as I say, I do support reopening and continuing a public hearing. So I will make that motion to approve order number 2026-005 to reopen and continue the public hearing.
Commissioner Chang, you can second it. I'm not going to.
I'll second that. Any further discussion before a vote? Okay, calling for the vote. Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Adair?
I've said a lot of what I think. I'll vote yes, but it's a vote, a yes under protest.
Well,
I'm not super happy about it, but the chair will vote yes as well. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Audrey. On to item number 12. This is consideration of board authorization to establish an account validation service account with JP Morgan Chase Bank, North America.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Robert Tintle, Chief Financial Officer. So just a little bit of background. Deschutes County Policy F7, bank accounts and cash handling policy, does require the board to approve all new bank accounts. While we don't have anticipation of using a new bank account with JP Morgan as an actual checking account or banking account, we're still following the procedure to ask the board for approval to establish this bank account. What it will be used for, as stated in the title, is for an account validation service. Practically what that means, when a vendor requests changes to their ACH direct deposit, when we pay our vendors, we either pay them by check or we can pay them by a EFT, electronic transfer, to their bank, just like a payroll direct deposit. This provides an additional step of protection, and we are able to transmit information to the bank to verify their name and their account number matches. So if a bad actor tries to put in a nefarious change on an EFT, somehow they infiltrate a vendor's email system or something, this provides an additional layer of security and validity that we'll be able to process prior to making any change. So it's just an added step of security that we feel is important. And so we'd like to establish that with JP Morgan Bank. Our current general banking partner, First Interstate Bank, does not offer this service. So that's why we're going out to a bank that does offer this service to provide this layer of protection. And with that, I'm open for questions as well.
Sounds pretty straightforward. Any questions?
So about $50 a month for a fee for this service, and we could put quite a few transactions through it, huh?
That is the base fee. And then there is a transaction fee, 40 cents per every
Okay, yep.
vendor that we try to, or that we process through that. We have about 24 changes a month or requests for that. So it's minimal cost, but we do feel it's worth it because one bad actor is bad enough.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or one bad actor is yeah, we don't want one.
Exactly. We don't want any. Exactly.
Yes. Okay.
I think I'm following the whole story, and of increasing protection for electronic funds transfers. Would you call this cybersecurity, or would you call this something else?
That's a great question.
I mean, and you don't have to have an answer. I'm just trying, all of these things that we try to protect the county from, or related to. Like, I'm just trying to put things in compartments so we can use the right terminology and understand.
It is another tool in our toolbox to prevent against fraud and cybersecurity attacks that come and phishing attempts in various methods, because we do know governments and businesses, there has been quite an increase in fraud, whether it's check fraud. In the old days, it was check fraud where they white out your check and somehow, they take it in and process it. Well, now they're looking for other methods. And so that's why there are these additional tools that especially government agencies, because we're a target, that we can employ to prevent against some of these attacks.
Thank you.
With that, I'll move to authorize establishing a bank account with JP Morgan Chase Bank NA for the use of an account verification validation service.
Oh, second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, calling for the vote. Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And chair votes yes.
Thank you,
Robert.
Commissioner.
Okay, well, we are a little ahead of schedule. It's 11:45. Would we like to adjourn for lunch now, or do we want to do some other items now so that we don't have to do them later? Or does Whitney have something?
I'd like to.
People
yeah,
are pointing.
I'm thinking we can adjourn. I mean, we've been sitting here 3.5 hours, and
It's not healthy. Remember,
yeah, there you go.
it is not healthy to sit longer
Stick to
than
the
2
schedule.
hours.
It's 2.5 hours, but yes, point taken. Okay. Adjourn till 1 p.m.
I guess I was rounding up to 3, but yeah, 2.5. Thank you.
All right, welcome back to our January 14th, 2026 Board of County Commissioners meeting. We can jump right in at item number 13 at this point. Consideration of updates to HR 6 Deschutes County remote work policy. HR 12 family medical leave policy and HR 13 employee leave donation policy.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Whitney Hale, Deputy County Administrator.
I'm Susan DeJody, HR Director.
Susan and I are here today again to bring the board what is a continuous series of updates to our HR policies. And as Commissioner Chang mentioned, we have 3 policies that we wanted to discuss with the board today. We're not asking for board action today. Typically, we would bring these forward to the board in a work session for discussion, and they would return to you on consent. But unfortunately, both Susan and I had some logistical challenges in the last meeting where we were scheduled to bring these forward to you, so we deferred the discussion for today. So today we're simply hoping to talk through the proposed changes that staff have on these policies, get any feedback from the board, and then bring them back to you on consent. So we will start with proposed updates. I'm going to provide a brief overview on the updates to the remote work policy, and then Susan's going to jump in and tackle family medical leave and employee leave donations. So the remote work policy out of the 3 of these policies is the newest policy. And we found since it was implemented in 2022 that not a lot has changed, but some things have. And I think we have some more experience with how the policy is being used and where existing policy language might be confusing both for supervisors and for staff. So I think one of the intents with the proposed language changes that you have in front of you is just clarity around expectations and clarity for when remote work is allowed and when it is not. So one of the biggest changes in the proposed red lines has to do with remote work that's occurring outside of Central Oregon, which we're defining as a 4-county region here in the state. And really that is to say that the proposed updates clarify that remote work outside of Central Oregon that is intended to be for purposes of work-related travel, like you're going to a conference and you happen to need to be online during that time. It is not intended to be regular and recurring in the event that we have an employee with a work location that is outside of Central Oregon, because there are payroll tax implications when that occurs, and we're not set up to process payroll in a manner that allows for different local taxes that may exist outside of this region. So that's one of the primary changes. And so you'll see a lot of red lines in the section being proposed around location and impact. And that's really the substantive intent of those changes. Looking through.
Question, is there kind of HR lists that you can follow to ask questions to kind of align with other agencies, other Oregon groups that are doing this? Because yeah, I'm sure it gets pretty precise at some point, and then how it gets interpreted here really matters also.
There's a really great listserv that I was on in a temporary fashion, and Susan is now on, that is all of the counties in the state, and there's a lot of questions that get posed in that forum. I know there are similar forums for CFOs and for legal counsel as well.
Yeah,
so we're
okay.
able to kind of look across at peer organizations and see what they're doing. I think in doing that, and Robert certainly bringing experience from Lane County as well in this area, in my mind, and as Robert has explained to me, this comes down to sort of the capacity we have within our payroll team, and our payroll team is quite lean for the size of the organization we have. And so there are some employers that are set up to do that, where they do process multi-state or multi-jurisdictional payroll, and that's just not the structure that we have. So really wanting to provide some policy language that really clarifies intent on what we can do, so that we don't end up in a situation where we have someone working in a place where we have those obligations.
Understood. Thank you.
But with respect to HR 6, I feel like that's really the substantive change that's being proposed, and certainly happy to answer any other questions the board may have. Okay, Susan, over to you.
We are also proposing a change to HR 12, which is the family medical leave policy. This policy specifically allows Deschutes County employees to take leave for specific family medical reasons, such as a serious health condition or to care for a child under the FEMLA, OFLA, and paid leave Oregon laws. This ensures job protection and continuation. Really, the proposed changes specifically are administrative cleanup as well as aligning ourselves with legislative changes to expand, including entitlements where employees have additional family members under the law, which make them eligible for leave, as well as additional leave for legal processes during placement of foster or adopted children. Any questions regarding any of that?
Kind of pretty self-explanatory. It's, you know, once you make one choice, kind of need to propagate it through the document too. So I see a few of those.
All right, the next one is the HR 13, which is the employee leave donation policy. This allows employees to donate leave to employees who have exhausted all of their leave. What changes we've made specifically is in regards to new language that requires employees to exhaust all of their own paid leave before they're eligible to request any donations from other employees.
Yeah, and having other options out there, which hopefully reduces the need for this, donation system. But having other options out there and having it clearly defined is very valuable. So there's no question when it comes to this.
Any other questions?
I don't have any questions, Commissioner Nair.
No.
Commissioners, I'll just offer great work by Whitney and Susan and the entire team. This was a really important project to me a few years ago, kicking out this policy advisory committee to really take a good look at our policies, that many of which hadn't been updated for 10 to 15 years. And that's fine. It's not that they necessarily were that outdated, but times and circumstances and conditions have changed. And so we've really made a concerted effort, and Whitney's chaired the policy advisory committee that's comprised of department heads to really provide a lot of input. So I'm really appreciative of their leadership on this. And almost all four of these touch, of course, administration, finance, and human resources. They all go through legal counsel for review, and departments really provide a lot of great input on these. Some you'll see, as you heard, are implementing legislative and legal requirements. Others, we have a lot more discretion. And so it's some of these, I'll just point out for like remote work, we have a lot of discretion in that area. And that's where they have worked with their networks of colleagues. And I also coordinate very closely with our city managers in our region, Eric King and Keith Witkowski, just so, how are you tackling this? Are you allowing it? It's just so maybe there's some level of consistency across our region. But in any event, this is a really, really great effort. And Whitney really deserves the lion's share of the credit for getting us to this point with these, the ones you've previously seen and the ones that are still forthcoming. So thank you.
Yep, we have a list of about 13 of these that are specific to HR, and I think we have 4 to go. So you'll see Susan and I a few more times, and then hopefully we'll be all caught up, and we'll see you on other topics.
There we go.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 14, amendment to contract with Adlumin for managed detection and response services.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Zachary Neiman, Information Security Manager with IT.
IT Director and CTO.
This afternoon, we wanted to bring forth an amendment to the contract for our managed detection and response vendor for cybersecurity. They offer us 24/7, 365 monitoring and integration with our systems to protect our data and our users from the threats that are out there. In 2024, we went out for a formal RFP and identified Adlumin as our business partner at that time. In 2025, they were acquired by another company called Enable. And through that acquisition, we were able to renegotiate terms which are better for the county, and also not just better in forms of terms, but also as far as the dollar amount that it costs to us per year. In doing that, to secure that funding in better terms, we had to move forward with the contract before December 31st of this year, which the board wasn't able to meet in December. And so we're coming to you asking for that retroactive signature on that contract, saving the county money and offering better terms for our cybersecurity.
Well, thanks for what you're doing. I'm seeing more disclaimers on the emails from outside the organization and different things, but I'm feeling pretty comfortable, and I know not to click on anything extra also. So it feels like we're in a good spot, but yeah, it's definitely a shifting environment around all of us for sure.
Any questions?
Thank you for monitoring closely that shifting environment and keeping us at the top of our game.
If there's nothing else. Move approval of county administrator signature of document number 2025-1153, an amendment to the contract with Adlumin for managed detection and response services.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion or questions?
No, my question was, it needed to happen by December 31st. So how did this get missed then that it didn't? We did have meetings in December. I think, what was our last meeting? Maybe the 17th or something?
So we were working through the contract process, and I think it was a surprise to us that our contract was changing, because we were under the assumption that our contract would remain the same, but because of the purchase of Adlumin by Enable in 2025, the contract was very different. And so when we went to go sign it, they said, oh, well, you have a year-long contract and it does not look the same. It's not favorable to the county. So in that back and forth and going through legal, we were able to say, okay, can we change the contract language if we go for a year? They said yes, and there's cost savings. So between the two of that, those two items, it was the right thing to do, but it took a long time.
Okay, thanks because I mean, it made it sound like we did meet in December. I know we did. So anyway, I'm glad we're saving some money, and hopefully I was the only one that got the sex toys from Sweden email a couple times that I was like, wow, how is this getting through? And the fact that Lapine emails just go to my spam, I can never quite understand that either. It's a fascinating world, but I know not to open anything.
Okay, so calling for the vote. Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Thank you. Right, we have same team for the next one. Okay. So item 14, amendment to contract with, item 15, cybersecurity yearly update and plan.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. This is an update we do annually where we review our cybersecurity posture, the improvements we've made over the year, attempt to provide the board and department heads information about how we're comparing to other organizations and our own internal framework. We've made some great improvements over the last year, especially in the area of prevention, detection, and response to threats. And we continue to make improvements for the county. In that, we attempt to meet with each board member to provide more detail on that. But we would like to ask for the approval to continue moving forward our cybersecurity plan to better protect the county and its data.
Good.
Sounds like a perfect idea, doesn't it? I mean, honestly, seeing all the text messaging and emails that I'm getting now, and I keep reminding my husband, please, honey, do not open. He did it once, and then he had to change a whole bunch of things. So it's really, the world out there is really, they're searching for another way to get into your bank account.
Well, by doing an agenda item like this today, I mean, this is us in a public meeting talking about how we're putting an infrastructure in, we're doing an annual plan, we're reviewing what we're doing, trying to follow best practices. I mean, there's just a lot of moving parts, once again, the shifting environment. But, having this meeting, a public meeting discussion like this, lets us know, oh, yes, we are focused on this, and this is a priority.
And I'll just say we're so lucky to have such a talented team keeping us at the forefront of this, because this is a daily occurrence. And I see the emails that our team responds to over the weekends and beyond, when the questions come in and is this correct or not, or can I click on this or not? And Zachary always has a good informed response that he doesn't just have an auto response. You really take the time to check it out to make sure. So thank you very much.
Well, and the one time I cried wolf a month or two ago, it was my fault for fat fingering an email address. I thought, that's a weird response. I don't trust it. It was my fault.
You know, as we all know, the information technology is becoming increasingly important for us to get our work done, enhances our productivity, and to be able to use it safely requires some resource investment. So, and effort. So thank you for being the keepers of that work.
So this is an action item for county administrator signature. So yeah, I mean, I'll make that move also. So move approval of the county administrator signature of the information and technology cybersecurity yearly update and plan.
Well, second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Calling for the vote, Commissioner DeBoe?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Zachary and Tanya. Never dull, right? Never dull moments.
More action than I want.
Yes, I can only imagine.
Rotate out, Zach. Rotate in.
Shad, thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Commissioners. Shad Campbell, Deschutes County IT. I'm the applications manager there. Today, we're seeking approval of an update to policy GA11 and a rename of it to IT5. This policy, originally known as GA11, was developed back in 2013 to provide governance around web-based property-related applications at the county. Since Dial remains our sole web-based property application, this policy has been updated to focus specifically on it and has been renamed IT5.
And the drive behind this is the policy I don't think had been reviewed on a regular basis, which it had stated in the policy, and as well as modernizing it. So, and really kind of giving some guidelines around what is Dial, why do we have it, the parameters, and their understanding of Dial.
It was a little vague to add a little vague on what actually the permissions and what the different levels of access were. And so we provided much more clarity in what those were and how they actually work.
Is Dial an acronym?
So Dial was an acronym.
It was an acronym. Okay, that's what
years ago. It used to be called the Deschutes Information Access Line, and it was used primarily by title companies to dial in and download data to their systems. That's all in the past, but the name really stuck. And so, yes, Dial is still known. It's the second known dial out there besides the soap. And so when we did redo it, we decided to keep the name because it had, it's just so well known. But we did lowercase it, so it's now uppercase D, lowercase IAL.
Well, it might be fun to put that in just as an addendum to the definitions, a little, just a 1 or 2 sentence history line.
I thought we did.
Because I always thought, okay, I forgot what the acronym is, but I sure know what it is. And then,
Oh, we did. We said Dial, formerly capital DIAL. We did.
yeah, but just that little bit, just the rest of the story, because
next time.
I mean, that's your proposal, yeah. Well, as I say, and then all of a sudden somebody will leave and we won't even remember that anymore. So.
And so if we're rebuilding our policy numbers and names around Dial, I would assume that means that we are planning to keep Dial around and use that as our property information system for a long time.
Yes, unless we're told differently, yes.
But it's a policy choice about how much information is available, private property information, addresses. I mean, there's some policy choices in there.
Concerns from the community around the information that's in there, but we are still going off of the original expectation that the three did dial in when?
Back in 2013.
Right,
The
13 years
commission-
ago.
The commissioners did vote on this, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you could have registered users that have to log in before they can even get any information too, which would have to register with us.
Right. Right. And I mean, I assume there's kind of, plug and play off the shelf type systems to accomplish a similar purpose. Or not really.
Not
There's
that-
no,
That really,
Okay.
there are, but they're very focused in one area. So for example, tax audit assessment, for example, there's apps that just focus on assessment. And then if you were at another county and you wanted to get all the information about a property, you might have to go through 3 or 4 different types of applications, from the clerk recording application to the assessment system, and then over to the community development system. So what's unique about Dial is that it truly brings all of that into one place so that staff and the public don't have to go around a bunch of different things and log in different ways, and they look different and they feel different. So that was really the original intent, is to have a one-stop shop.
Good to have that history, or good to.
But it would just mean multiple off-the-shelf solutions.
Yeah, no, I'm not encouraging looking at that. I just, it's always good for us to remind ourselves why we make certain choices. So thank you.
The thought that always goes through my head every time we have a custom developed application, which, requires resources, maintenance, time, effort, right? And so it was a thought of, can we get something off the shelf? And like Chad said, there hasn't been anything identified, although we haven't put a ton of energy into looking at that. I will say it has been provided to other counties that have wanted to have this application as well. So it is something that's looked upon as, a gold star. Oregon. So I think the potential of it changing over the years, it's always there. But I think we would want to have some direction on that, because we're the ones who are developing it and we're sustaining it and maintaining it. But we're not the ones setting the guidelines or the rules around it.
Well,
So are other counties using it then?
They were, but they've migrated to different systems now. Some of them, I don't believe there's any counties. There might be a few counties, Lake County, or that might still be using what they called PATS. PATS was a version of Dial that was hosted through Lane County, that was being supported by Lane County, but used by other counties, is how that was. And I think a lot of them have migrated away from that PATS product now. Lane County decided not to support it anymore. So I will also add, as you know, Dial is by far our most popular application at the county, and gets an absurd number of hits and views every day. I don't have those statistics in front of me, but by far more than our even public website does, like a massive amount of hits. So it's very popular and widely used.
Yeah. And, in terms of evaluating, when you need to modify something or do something different, I would think that user feedback would be a really important part of that. And this is one of those, if nobody thinks it's broke, then you know, that doesn't, it seems like there's not a lot of good reason to change anything.
We've discussed, we've had these conversations of how do we want to move forward. It would take a lot of resources and time to be able to reinvent or stay the same around dial.
Good.
Well, so yeah, Onyx has some information, just like saying there's multiple tools. Onyx hunting map, I just signed up for the state of Oregon a couple of years ago, and I haven't kept track, but I probably had to repay for it. They must have my credit card because it never expired. But I was able to pull up an address where we were standing, and one of the, somebody standing there with me, and they're like, "Oh, it has property names, on every individual parcel." So it's people don't know how much information's out there. So how easily accessible it is sometimes. And then also I find myself on like a Google map once in a while trying to get the information I expect from it because Dial has it. It's like, hey, where's the rest of the information? But, Dial is pretty amazing when it gets down to that parcel level. So yeah, I support this, policy change to make it IT policy also.
So do we need a motion today then?
There's a recommended motion.
Move approval of the county administrator's signature of county policy IT-5, Dial Property Information System Access and Use, formerly GA-11, web-based property-related applications.
And I will second it.
Any further discussion? If not, we'll call for the vote. Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Thank you. 3 down, 1 more. Okay. Item 16, updating policy GA-11 and transitioning this policy. No, sorry, I'm just keep being behind. Okay. Updated policy, item number 17, updated policy IT-3 custom software development standards.
Thank you. So Custom Software Development Standard IT3 was written last year, and we have one small little tweak to it. We have rebranded our help desk to service desk and made a change to the policy to reflect that. Pretty simple.
Pretty straightforward. Can I still send an email to help desk or is there's no email like that anymore?
No, we request going to our service portal, and the service portal asks information so that we can prioritize appropriately. We have the ability then to workflow it, create tasks from it. So it really sets, by submitting there, it gives us the information so that we can support and service folks fastest and most efficient way. By sending a ticket to help desk, or sorry, an email to help desk, it was, I have a problem with my computer. Okay, how do we get a hold of you? What's the priority? Is this high? Is this low? So this really gives us the information we need. And only takes 20 seconds. Very quick.
Yeah, maybe, sell it to us now.
Too, that you can now go and see all of your past tickets. You can see the status of tickets, which you couldn't previously do. So for you have much more clarity into the process and see what's happening.
You can update your ticket. You can close your ticket. You can look at our knowledge base articles, self-help. So if it's after hours and you're like, how do I do X, Y, and Z? You can search our knowledge base. It's still growing, of course. We just rolled it out a month ago. So anyhow, I know that's not this, but very exciting.
You two just did like
Very exciting
internal infomercial.
Yeah.
Yep.
You should send around to all the employees. And then, give them the link so they can bookmark it.
Yep.
But yeah, so the policy truly says, cross out, instead of please email, it says, please reach out via the service portal. So I'll move approval of county administrator's signature of an update to county policy IT3.
I'll second the motion.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Calling for the vote, Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And chair votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we are a little ahead of schedule. The folks who are coming for
Will Gross is
Here.
okay, Will is here.
for
but
item 18.
There's folks who are coming to present as well, though, correct? Okay. Should we do another item or two before? Tom, are you here in connection with that letter? Maybe should we go ahead and do that first?
Sure.
Sorry, I read it upstairs, but then I neglected to bring it back down.
I got an extra copy too.
Okay, good.
Everybody has a copy of that? I brought some extras as well. Tom Kuhn, Deschutes County Public Health Project Manager. And I'm here today a little bit ahead of the session, as you may have noticed. But there's urgency in public health to really alert legislators to not cut the public health budget, both the large budget as well as individual programs such as public health modernization. At this time, public health modernization, the OHA budget is slated for a $10 million proposed cut. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. So this is our opportunity to get in the ear of the decision makers and let them know that we want public health to maintain current funding levels, not increase, not decrease, but just maintain going into fiscal year 27. And this letter was drafted in conjunction with the Coalition of Local Health Officials, CLO. And these are the points they came up with. It's a little more global, but also has some talking points. They're a little more tangible to legislators than some of our community health population-based programs. So anyways, it's a general overview of our public health programs and just asking just to maintain current funding levels going into the next fiscal year.
So yeah, this is going to be an interesting time. So there was well, did we all dial in, or was it chairs maybe that Senator Lieber and Rep. Sanchez HR 1 analysis? They had a little spreadsheet of what they think that the federal rules are going to be at first of the year and how it's going to affect Oregon, and then what's going up, what's going down. So I mean, there's a lot of work going on at the state legislature and the co-chairs for the Ways and Means on focusing on this. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be awkward that this could be the first of many saying, please don't cut us. So, and I agree. I mean, the population health is a foundation for what we want to do. So I wouldn't discount what we're asking for at all here. But I mean, we could be in the same situation about 5 times if we're not careful too, or a lot more than that even. Just throwing out ideas here. I mean, I'm supportive of a letter as long as it's not offensive. If they're trying to say, don't send us letters like this. I don't know if they're doing that or not.
With the word continued in the letter, continued investments, well, what about on the first paragraph? What about maintained investments? I mean, you said you didn't want it to go down. When you say support continued investments, does that give them a little more leeway than what we really want, Tom?
I guess it's how it's interpreted. I meant it in the sense that you continue to provide funding to public health. However, I mean, I can make a change.
Well, I know, I hear what you're saying, and I just think, or if you maybe even do it in capital letters or something so that they get that we would like to keep it the same.
It also says, maintain a robust public health workforce. So there's all the words are being used in there.
Yeah, I agree. We don't want to antagonize legislators, but many of the cuts that are being proposed, have direct impacts on us. It's one thing it's one thing for the state legislature to propose reductions for, state FTE or, something that's directly deployed from the Oregon Health Authority. It's another thing to say, well, this program that funds county public health departments, we'll cut that. So, I mean, I think we do need to be vocal about things like this, in the same way that I think we need to be vocal about community corrections because of the impact it's going to have on county adult parole and probation. So I would support signing on to this letter.
Well, I support signing the letter. Let's be sensitive to the fact that this could be an avalanche of activity in a environment where 5 to 20% is talked about all across the board.
Yeah, at our legislative committee meeting last week, that was the whole topic was to advocate for public health funding and to do it before the session because it's a short session. Let's get it moved and out.
Didn't wait till next week.
Yeah, let's get it moving fast.
No, it is incredibly short.
Yeah.
And at the LGAC meeting quite a few months ago, they kept talking about gonorrhea and what a problem gonorrhea was because of the lack of federal funding. If your gonorrhea didn't respond to the antibiotics you were on. And honestly, I thought there were bigger problems, but you're saying that untreated syphilis is a bigger problem?
I'm not saying that it's a bigger problem, that it's just one of the examples that we're using here in the letter.
Okay.
There has been a lot of public attention to syphilis recently, I guess. So.
So do we need a motion then? Yes. So I move that we sign the letter for public health to maintain continued investments in public health to ensure our authorities have the capacity.
I will second it.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any other discussion? Calling for the vote. Commissioner Dare.
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes.
Hey, thank you. And also I want to mention the Public Health Advisory Board would also like to send a very similar letter of support, which I can share. I don't have to share it now, but they're reviewing it right now. And
they'll get that to us really fast.
yes, I can get that to you quickly. And it's the same talking points. It's not very different, but worded differently.
Well, yeah. So what is the procedure? What's the guidance for that? Because if we're taking a position for Deschutes County and then we have an advisory board, do they have that authority? Or does it go through us?
You're sort of asking us, you're going to get us a draft and ask us permission for the FAB to send that letter. Is that basically?
I didn't quite recall the process from last year. If once you've taken a position, then we are free to
follow
act,
it,
but
yeah.
provide a copy of what we're sending.
So follow the lead of this signature.
Yes.
The signed document. I mean, yeah, let's just acknowledge it here and be sensitive to this, because I mean, we do have wildly different opinions sometimes internally even, so. But following these same talking points, I'm fine with.
Yeah, I mean, if they're driving in our wake, then I think that's I'm pretty comfortable with that. And to members of the relevant legislative committees, some of the names on the FAB list may be more persuasive. Prominent local physicians and leaders of public health organizations or service provider organizations in the community. Do we need to make a motion related to that, or
Motion's necessary.
Okay,
As long as they have clear direction.
very good. So the FAB gets the thumbs up to do a similar letter.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Tom?
Thank you.
Okay. I see that one of our guest presenters has joined us. Should we be waiting for? Okay. Okay.
We're ready.
Very good. Do you need to link up with the AV system in here with a team in the back of the room?
Nope, no luck. Okay.
I mean, we have other things that we could do for a couple minutes.
Okay.
Also. Other anyone want to? Okay, there we go. Hello. Yeah. So item 18, submittal of a letter of intent to the Allen Foundation seeking a grant for a multi-partner fuels reduction project involving the production of biochar. And, maybe I could just say a word or two about how this got on our agenda today. It was a very short timeline to add this to our agenda, after the agenda conference last Thursday. But so this was just added on Monday, and I'm very conscious that in the ideal world we would have had more lead time for all of the commissioners. But this is a time sensitive matter, and the folks who are presenting to us today are going to be sharing an opportunity to make fuels reduction and defensible space work cleaner, safer, more cost effective for landowners and land managers, potentially save us space in our landfill. So that was a good enough or a valuable enough opportunity that I wanted to make sure that this came before the board in a time sensitive matter. We have with us today some experts in forest finance and carbon markets who just happen to be Deschutes County residents and who've brought forward an interesting opportunity and some interesting ideas to explore for us today.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Will Groves, your planning manager, here filling in on behalf of Lauren Street, who's you're in natural resources. She's out in the field today. So the matter for you today is a request for submittal of a letter of intent to the Allen Foundation to seek a grant for multi-partner fuel reduction involving the production of biochar. Deschutes County is coordinating with USDA Forest Service Community Wildfire Defense Grants, that's CWDG project in Deschutes County. This project will reduce fuels on 585 acres of county property and 100 miles of right-of-way, and disposal of the biomass produced by removing these fuels is costly. Funding opportunity from the Allen Foundation could help the county and other landowners implement fuels reductions more safely and cleanly, enabling the disposal of biomass from fuels reduction projects in a cost-efficient manner. The emerging biochar market is an alternative way to dispose of waste from fuel reductions while generating revenue to pay for that disposal. The proposal here is to use the air curtain burner the county is already purchasing for the CWDG grant or a larger unit and crew based on a contract basis to produce biochar. Currently has a market of a price of $100 to $150 per ton in voluntary carbon markets. Are you familiar with air curtain burners?
A little bit.
Yes.
I've seen the one out of Black Butte Ranch.
Blackfoot has them.
Okay, I think you're all as familiar as I am at this point. I just, when people bring them up, sometimes people aren't familiar with them. Great. At the same time, producing and selling biochar generates revenue and disposing for fuels. Biochar also diminishes the risk of fire escape inherent in burning waste and mitigates harm from smoke. And so if awarded, the grant for the Allen Foundation would the development of a business model and pilot production of biochar and to use biochar in areas where carbon credits could be generated, and develop measurement and verification systems to facilitate selling those credits. And beyond exploring the production of biochar from county lands and rights of way, The grant could also be used to fund exploration and producing biochar from private landowners of properties of various sizes, including home scale, small woodland acre sale, private industrial forest, and forest landowner scale, and possibly other public lands fuel projects. This grant requires a government or nonprofit applicant to submit a letter of interest by January 15th, thus the urgency today.
Tomorrow. Like, okay.
And why I'm here as second understudy for this matter. And so the Oregon Department of Forestry and Deschutes Soil and Water Conservation District suggested that Deschutes County would be a good applicant for this. Draft letter of intent was attached to your packet, and the fourth letter of the section description of existing project would have a brief description of the county's CWDG project. Hopefully that's attached to your packet. It wasn't to mine. And what I've got for you here today is I've got two speakers. I've got Matthew Agai. He's with Viridian Ecosystems, and Jesse Grillo with Heartwood Services. Okay, LLC. Okay. And we're going to provide some additional information on this opportunity.
When I saw this, I couldn't believe it. Last March, I was with Congressman Westerman, who is the only forester in all of Congress. And I'm talking to him about getting rid of junipers. And he's got the little jar of biochar. And he goes, Patty, biochar, you've got to do biochar. So when I saw this was an emergency brought on our schedule, I'm like, thank you, Lord, because yeah, I think it's just an amazing opportunity. So thanks for thinking of us. And, if we can do this, I think it's an incredible precedent for the state. But no, Congressman Westerman is all over this.
Thank you so much. And thanks for making the time. I know it's last minute, and we, to be honest, came across the opportunity a little bit late. So that's why we've been moving as quickly as possible to try and get it moving. So I think we've gotten a lot of good background about what the opportunity we think entails. I will maybe just give you a little bit more information about the Allen Family Philanthropies and their timeline. So they are funding, they have $10 million to fund 6 to 7 nature-based solutions across the United States. So we are thinking what we would be applying for would be around 1.6 million. They're asking right now just for letters of interest. So it's supposed to be a low barrier of entry. And then on February 5th, they will make requests for full proposals from those letters that they find interesting and a good fit. The proposals then, we would then come back to you all, to the commission, and ask for approval to submit a full proposal. Those proposals would be due on March 10th, and the funding is expected to come in Q3 of 2026. Any questions? Okay. So what we see this grant adding to the work that you are already doing in the CWDG, the Lapine Forest Fire Mitigation Project, but also elsewhere. Obviously, the county has a lot of experience in wildfire mitigation work. This would bring additional funding it's an opportunity to help leverage additional funding to build on what is being done in Lapine, and an opportunity to bring in some support to help build opportunities for long-term finance. So either in long-term finance through special finance mechanisms, which Matthew will talk about in a little bit, and also through the sale of biochar, which requires a very specific process to be able to access those carbon markets. The idea being that hopefully there is the ability then for those carbon credits to pay for some of the treatments that you're already doing. So solving multiple problems, helping solve multiple problems at the same time. And as I mentioned, it's low risk for the county right now because it's just a letter of intent. I'll pass it over to Matthew.
Good afternoon. So the way we're thinking about this and keeping ourselves competitive is looking at this as a catalytic opportunity. And I think that's what ultimately would appeal to the Allen Foundation. It's going to be a very competitive grant. We're not sure how best, to position ourselves in a broader landscape other than leaning into what Oregon and the counties that we're participating in have strengths in already. So the county has existing interests in wildfire mitigation, has interests in mitigating biomass. These are cornerstones of what the Allen is looking for in nature-based solutions, meaning what commercial activities, what catalytic financial opportunities can help all manner of landowners, achieve some of these ultimately commercial and sustained goals in the long run. So if they put their money in, is there a catalytic opportunity on the other end of it? So we think the county story tells a very good one. This is a very progressive county in terms of dealing with, biomass and wildfire risk. There's a lot of opportunity also with partners in another part of the state. So Jackson County has a similar application that Viridian is supporting. Viridian is supporting a exploration of financial instruments in that county with Southern Oregon, specifically the formation of municipal bonds as an architecture for basically creating private investment to do some of this work in the WUI and other forested areas, dealing with anyone from private mom and pop owners to commercial landowners and otherwise. And just for clarity and to talk about your interests around biochar, we've been working with a lot of the folks in the eastern part of the state that are trying to create catalytic opportunities like the Black Butte Ranch and others with these mobile pyrolysis systems. But what's often missing is sort of this fundamental understanding of the operational conditions, the costs, and social acceptance among some of the market demands that we're describing in carbon markets and other ways to make this, again, catalytic. So part of what we're trying to achieve with this study is get buy-in, put a strong foot forward with Deschutes County and Jackson counties and those stakeholders, explain to the Allen Foundation that we'll be sharing information, and then ultimately position Oregon as a continued innovator in this particular space. And why this benefits the county and constituents is if we can tell the story of municipal bonds, in addition to exact instruments for how to implement the change, that tells a broader story of impact that's actually measurable and something that we can actually demonstrate on acres that are already allocated, it sounds like in La Pine, is that right? For some of this experimental work. So nice opportunity for a bunch of good things that have already been invested in to come together and potentially bring some money to the table to ask some of the right questions to, bring public-private engagement here together. I'll highlight one last piece here, which is it's opportunity not only for dealing with the waste disposal question, but also biomass in the WUI in terms of forest biomass. So, juniper could certainly be a consideration, but more likely it's going to be some of the other forests that we're thinking about, and that's the experiment we want to run through this financial, through this grant ask effectively. It's like, can we bring money in and ask the fundamental questions that ultimately answer a problem statement that a lot of these stakeholders have asked before? So folks that may be part of the rural workforce that own air curtain burners or operate that, landowners, and then a variety of other stakeholders that we would need engaged in this to make it work. So I think I've covered most of this, but some points I want to highlight is this may have some nice benefits to air quality if we can make this work ultimately, which I think is an important social consideration. And of course, the way the Viridian thinks about this is what large players and large capital risk reduction could we, bring to the table in terms of conversations. And I think insurance risk reduction is definitely something that most folks can rally around. So if we can create a catalytic interest around dealing with biomass, particularly in the WUI, that's a better story for dealing with insurance and bringing our premiums down, whoever the stakeholder is in the county. So with that, I think we'll just highlight a couple of the partners that are involved. Jessica at Heartwood is leading the effort on the grant writing. Viridian's a stakeholder offering operations finance and some of the expertise on the biochar and biomass. We've got a number of local experts, as Mr. Chang has identified, here locally. So there's folks that can actually sit down over a pint or a coffee and plan this out and work with, county stakeholders directly, not just over Zoom. And then we have a variety of partners that have been previously mentioned. So with that, I think, thank you for your time.
I might just add one more thing about what we hope to get out of this. There's also going to be part of the study is an economic model to see what it would take to actually bring this to scale so that you have revenue generated from carbon credits and from other areas to put back into the treatment. So try understanding what that full picture looks like. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Now's an opportunity for questions or discussion.
I'm supportive of this letter of interest. I'm interested in a lot of aspects of this. One thing that comes to mind is we've had biomass requests, biomass plants, but beneficial combustion to make heat, combined heat and electricity facilities. And I wonder how different this is, or and then I think if we had a bunch of biochar and we're putting it on the ground and we have a groundwater area concern, are we changing the dynamics of the natural environment? So, I mean, I could go down all these paths. They're all just questions. But I mean, I'm supportive of proceeding. So, and I mean, introduction of yourselves. I mean, you've mentioned some company names, but I have no connections back to, what, and then carbon markets. I'm like, well, I don't know. I don't even know what that is. So there's all kinds of questions, but I'm not opposed to this. all kinds of questions.
Sure. And I mean, I think all the questions that you raise are also really important to add into the project. Like we don't necessarily have all those answers. So we want to make sure that we understand the answers to those questions before doing anything that could have adverse effects.
I mean, as I say, one thing that comes to mind is, air curtain burner is a tool, and I saw it in action. I don't see it as a high throughput item. I mean, if you send a 6-person crew down the side of a right of way and you load up multiple trucks or drop a bunch of stuff on the ground, manually loading up the air curtain burner dumpster and waiting for it to burn down didn't seem very efficient. So I don't see how this all works. But as I say, it's just another question.
Well, those are the fundamentals of what we'd like to answer. We've been troubleshooting that for the last few years with a lot of landowners that have this conundrum. Mills are closing in the West, and they're like, what do I do with all this biomass that I need to thin to reduce the risk of my forest burning in parts of the state? Or simply, my forest has burned. What do I do with all this biomass? Can't send it to a mill to salvage, right? So we've been looking at those unit economics, and I think part of the fundamentals of this and other questions is, will mobile pyrolysis be a bridge to other more established approaches to processing biomass, whether that's CLT mills in the long run, or in the near term, maybe more centered biomass, biogen or cogen facilities, right? So, I think there's not a one size fits all answer. And having air curtain burners, running these crews, sourcing them locally are all things we'd like to experiment. And then ultimately offer that to the private sector as a way to show up and offer efficient solutions to, whether it's public or private landowners that want to use this technology.
Is this the Allen Foundation, Paul Allen?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a Northwest-based foundation looking for big projects. So
I think that's an advantage we have actually is not only are we co-located in an area of interest for them, but also the fact that we have interested parties in Jackson County. It puts us in a position to show that we're going to be utilizing information sharing, so maybe take their investment dollars further.
I mean, is there anything you can talk about which is the, air curtain burner? I mean, is there a scaling factor there, or somebody just needs to babysit this thing one grapple hook at a time for 3 months? I mean, that's what I saw is it was one grapple hook at a time. You put a couple in, you go back a half hour later and put a few more in. So maybe I'm missing what the next step is here, because that's the one thing I'm like, how does that scale? I don't know.
To unpack that with you. Stop me if this gets too much in the weeds. I'm a forester and forest operations guy by training. So, it's an economy of scale. A lot of the people who own like a Feller Buncher, if they have one, they have a hard time breaking even, skidding, pulling logs off of a unit. But as soon as they, get that second, third machine, get a logging truck, get a couple of other pieces of equipment, all of a sudden they have a functional economy. And then it's a matter of lining up the biomass, the projects, the mill relationships, and it becomes catalytic. It's the same thing with any of the air curtain burners. As an independent piece of machinery, they're expensive, they're onerous, and they're not very efficient. But used as
I'm just thinking throughput, you know,
That's
how
right.
are you gonna get a lot in to get something out?
And the technology is getting better. So now there are some machines, I won't name brands because I don't want to advertise one or the other, but there are some machines that you pay a higher cost for, have a much better throughput. We're looking at some of those and deploying them in Eastern Oregon. And then the real clincher is actually the operating cost, the individuals. This is a really specialized piece of equipment, to your point. So if we can get local private parties interested in operating these, leasing these, and running these, it may actually be that we develop a local expertise around this, and the throughput becomes efficient when you can deploy 3 of these, 3 crews, and run them in continuity. I can tell you just from the amount of biomass and, the 3-4 counties we're working in the eastern part of the state, there's 10 years of work easily, right? The question is can we tie it to carbon markets? Can we get that throughput equation where we break even for the operators so they can take out a mortgage to lease the equipment? Is there social acceptance for that work? Can we make sure that the emissions for that are acceptable and, permissible by the state and other regulatory bodies? These are the questions that we want to answer and consolidate in a nice packaged way through this foundation money. And frankly, if we're not successful with this attempt, this group of actors is going to keep pressing on this topic, because I think we found a through line that I think would solve a couple problems, and we found a lot of interested parties and partners.
And
We only have 6 million junipers we need to take out,
That's
and I've been,
6 million acres.
No, million, there's 7 million junipers now, I believe. Anyway, I drive down Friar Road, and BLM finally, after letting those piles get worse and worse, they finally burned them the other day. So, but they didn't burn all of them, but they at least burned some of them. So yeah, it's really amazing how.
And that burning is an interesting additionality, if you allow me to use this carbon market parlance. If we can demonstrate to the markets that if we were to thin all this biomass and pile it up, and the fate of that biomass is burning, they would take that case and basically say that legitimizes this opportunity to take that and turn it into biochar. It creates an additional opportunity to sequester carbon, and therefore corporates will pay for it. And we've got a list of 100 Oregon corporates that we'd like to approach and say, would you pay for this, and localize it, and then therefore create commercial incentives within the state that can create this circular economy. I mean, after all, we are a state built on forest economics, so this would just put us back in that position with some novel solutions, right? So allow me to be the dreamer, but
Oh, I've been talking about it for 10 months. So yeah, my dream is right here now. So thank you so much. If we could make this happen, I would love to be able to go back to Congressman Westerman and say, hey, we're actually doing something. Somebody was dreaming.
with your approval, we'd love to submit this tomorrow and then come back with.
So where is the letter then?
So the letter, so it all has to be put online on a platform, so you have to cut and paste into different sections online. So what we had shared with you was the main narrative sections, so the problem, the solution, and the impact. The other sections that are being added to it are a description of the current CWDG project in La Pine, and we have to answer some questions about the team and the partners. The partners we're listing are the partners that are listed on the CWDG. And there's not much more to it than that. It's really supposed to be a low barrier of entry. Of course, we have to
Good.
do a lot more work when they come back to us
Yeah.
for our full proposal.
And when will they come back then? I know you said it was
February 5th?
February 5th. They'll come back and say if we're one of the ones.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's fabulous turnaround.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's good.
Sounds like there's a lot of competition.
Yeah, there is a lot of competition. I mean, maybe I'm being, I think we are in a good position also because this county has really led the way and already done so much work in this space. And if I were Allen Foundation, I would want to be funding a county, because that's where you're going to get the most replication if you can fund a municipality.
Well, we have a recycling partner at our not landfill that has just a mountain of biomass in all kinds of forms that could be reduced possibly also. So under the success impact section 3 here, about the third and fourth paragraphs, talks about quantified climate impact, 600 to 700 acres treated through fuel reduction operations, processing an estimated 5,000 to 17,000 bone dye tons. But it talks about life cycle carbon accounting will quantify metric tons CO2 whatever E sub E is, permanently sequestered. Is that really permanent? I mean, you're converting, wood product to a biochar. It's going to be sitting in the ground or something, a soil amendment, but it's still going to degrade over time and end up in the carbon anyways. Right. Yeah. So is permanently the right word in there or not? Fortunately, the parlance that we're borrowing from is one to adhere to the terms of the foundation and then the methodologies that are being used. So there's some nuance in it. Permanence is usually a market terminology adhering to one of the many protocols that are available that allows you to hit a threshold and therefore call it permanent. So for instance, if we bury a log, it's permanent, but it's really only buried for several millennia. It's the same with biochar is a different standard. It's the same with a live tree being planted, right? So allow. You like to use the word permanent, even though it's probably not really permanent.
But it is, I mean, the way to think about it is long-term. I mean, so when people put biochar in the soil, it can, that carbon can be stored inert for over 100 years in some cases. So, I mean, on the scales of reducing carbon dioxide in the atmosphere that we're interested in, 100 years is a very valuable contribution.
Well, as I saying, permanent just jumped out at me. It's like, it's not permanent.
Fair enough.
So, I mean, if you want to call it permanent because people call it permanent, that's redefining permanent from my point of view, but
I think you do it because in order to get the carbon credit.
yeah. So then we make a market to call it that. And then.
Yeah.
But and fundamentally, the science is, as outlined here, is taking it from atmospheric to a terrestrial, and that in a permanent sense, that is permanent in a sense, and that's important. Okay.
And it's factored into the value of the carbon credits too. I mean, if you are taking molecules of carbon out of the atmosphere for thousands of years, you're going to get a bigger payout.
More permanent.
You're going to get a bigger payout than if you are producing biochar and it's going to be out of the atmosphere for 50 to 100 years, right? So, I mean,
I'm just the word permanent jumped out at me. That's all I'm pointing out.
I'd just like to, kind of playing off my comment about, this is going to be a very competitive process. I hope we can be successful with this, but even if we're not, I just want to say I'm really glad that we have started this discussion. I'm glad that we've discovered that there are people who are capable of sussing this all out right here in our community, like experts in forest finance and carbon markets and things like that, to help us think about how we can take advantage of this opportunity, because we know that we live in a high fire hazard community. We know that there's a lot of fuels reduction happening, and there's going to be a steady stream of private, state, federal funding to do fuels reduction work, producing a whole lot of biomass. And we know that that biomass, getting rid of that biomass is actually a very costly, time-consuming, messy, negatively impactful part of achieving the fuels reduction that we want. And so if we can identify ways to reduce the cost to us and make it a little bit cleaner and less impactful to our community, it's a really exciting opportunity. And it is, to go back to the biomass power plant notion, it's very much the same reason we are interested in biomass power plants, because we got this material that is very costly and messy and impactful to get rid of, and a biomass power plant potentially converts that to an opportunity for us, an opportunity for jobs, an opportunity to bring down the costs of getting fuels reduction done. So this could function in a very similar way. The people who have to stand around the machine and load it while it burns this stuff down, those could also be the same people who would have had to have stood around piles in the woods and watch them smolder and burn down to make sure that they didn't, you didn't have a pile burn escape and cause a wildfire. So I would rather those people stand around, watch stuff burn for a productive purpose than, just to keep it from escaping and causing a wildfire in our community. So there's some really interesting things to explore here. Like I'll also mention that the other day when I was talking to one of the managers from Public Services, and talking about the compost operation, they said, "Oh, like we've been actually looking into air curtain burners." And it's like, oh, so there may be all kinds of really interesting interests and investment capacities that converge in this community, and this could be a place where we could continue to lead. I mean, we're, in terms of community wildfire risk reduction, this is, our community is one of the leaders in the state of Oregon already. And this might give us, a kind of chunk of innovation to help us continue to lead throughout the rest of the 21st century.
So as I say, I'm not opposed to applying, but a next step, a future step would be to talk about what's the business case at Deschutes County. And Natural Resources Group's going to go into our community development department. We don't have extra dollars to say, oh, well, if you're going to, go do this research and work and we just got to subsidize it by X amount. We don't have X amount and we're probably not going to have it in the near future. And then putting our management in an awkward spot of, well, this program is not self-sustaining. We don't have money and we have to, shrink something in the future. So I'm just pointing out, let's work through that business case. In fact, is there any information about how it became a Deschutes County application? I mean, Water and Conservation District and the collaborative and all the people that are out there now, it's coming to our table here and nobody else is in the room all of a sudden.
This team of folks who are tracking this Allen Foundation opportunity, they did contact Deschutes, they contacted me, they contacted Natural Resources Group, with a real interest in the Community Wildfire Defense Grant. It's like, oh, you already have this project on planned where you're going to do a lot of treatments. What are you doing with the biomass from that? Because we might have some interesting ideas for you. So that's kind of where the connection was first made. And then there was some significant exploration of who's going to be the fiscal sponsor or, for this grant application. And in discussions, I wasn't there, but it sounds like in discussions with the Soil and Water Conservation District and ODF, who would be, other kind of likely suspects to serve as the kind of coordinating fiscal entity for a grant like this. Those two entities recommended that, pointed the partners back to the county. And it does, I think it makes sense because we are coordinating this community wildfire defense grant. So if that's basically the testing ground where much of this alternative pathway for biomass disposal is going to be explored, we're already in the driver's seat on that front. I do, to get to your question about kind of fiscal impacts and the staff capacity of the county, I think it'd be very appropriate to discuss, what portion of the funding might be available for, for county personnel to work on this project. If we were the grantee, there would of course be the indirect for the fiscal administration, but then certainly from the natural resources shop and maybe from solid waste or other departments, there might be staff roles that could be supported out of the grant program as well.
I believe that is the intention, and if we submit the LOI and get approved to put together a proposal, we would have to put a comprehensive budget together. We'd have to collaborate with the county to do that. Yeah, it's the next step.
Very good. Any further discussion or questions? So good introduction and first step, and we probably need a motion at this point to move ahead.
Yes, there's a
Um,
motion in the report.
Okay.
Move to authorize the submittal of the letter of intent to the Allen Foundation seeking a grant for a multi-partner fuels reduction project involving the production of biochar.
I'll second it.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? What? Calling for the vote, Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes.
Thank you. Great, thank you. Nice to meet you.
Oh, look forward to future
Yes.
discussions.
February 6th, you'll have to let us know.
Have any questions, you can always reach out to us too.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Afternoon. Okay. Now we can move to other items.
I'll start.
Yeah.
COIC last week, Thursday, the bus fee is going to be coming online here probably in February. So what happened is they're working through just the vendors and some policy work with all the different organizations that want to pre-qualify for bulk representation or discounts and different things. So it's just going to find its own date is kind of the bottom line on that here pretty soon. Sunday night was Fair Association dinner. I know all three of us were there. So Fair Days and Rodeo Nights, July 29th to the August 2nd, 2026. So Fair Days and Rodeo Nights. And I got the pen to prove it. Monday was Association of Oregon Counties. I was able to attend the legislative meeting, the board meeting, the legislative meeting. We had a legislative I don't know what they called it, education or strategy session. But, just for all of us to understand, I mean, the idea was that the AOC policy chairs are truly trying to run Robert's Rule of Orders, run a meeting, make sure that anybody that attends gets to say their piece and truly just kind of suss out the position of the AOC members instead of trying to drive an agenda. So, that was really kind of the message that was provided, making sure we have a real good discussion at each one of the policy meetings, because then if, those policy recommendations are going to go to the board, the legislative committee, larger group, and if somebody opposes it, it needs to pass by 3/4 and, things bounce back. So they're trying to really dial in the common ground of counties for the legislative positions, which is very valuable. Then I was able to go to the Capitol the next morning, yesterday morning early. So I was just in the building for about 45 minutes. So outside in the front, it's all kind of torn apart still on the front steps with cranes and everything. But inside is pretty much completed with all the meeting rooms and hearing rooms and different things. I was able to run into some different legislators, but I just I had to get on the road because I was going to go to the Sun River Lapine Economic Development meeting yesterday. So I got it going pretty quick. SLED meeting yesterday was well attended. Western Metrology is the big building that's going in. There's also a couple other players that are working on land sale purchases and buildings construction. So in the commercial area, city got an award for their water sewer project, kind of completing it and getting it all done. So they're celebrating that. They did mention that the capacity for the next 300 acres that the county has, when it comes down to the future water sewer, there will need to be some more infrastructure, just the flow capacity, from that site over to their disposal facility. So that was interesting. Basically, the capacity is there for the existing quadrants and the 2 quadrants we have on the market, but the next 300, probably a lift station and some pipes at some point. So it'll come around when it comes around.
So sections 3 and 4.
Yeah,
We'll
the
require
other
new
300.
additional
Just-
wastewater infrastructure.
Yeah, so flow capacity, yeah. Eastern Oregon Counties Association's calling a meeting for January 26th. This is for all of us to compare notes if we want to either multiple people attend and post it or not. It's a public meeting anyways. I guess that's not really an issue. We just post it and whoever wants.
7 a.m. call, right?
No, so that's separate. So EOCA is having the group meeting, Eastern Oregon Counties. And then that is the other item I have here. The Eastern Oregon call has, I think, gone out to all of us also. And that's the one where either multiple people, well, they're asking for us to just send one, I mean, that's just more of a strategy session for a couple legislators. So they just want one of us there.
Well, no, some of the counties have all 3 people on the call. So,
Well, do you want to attend or you want, Commissioner Dare, you dial into that or?
oh, I just know that somebody should be, but most of the counties have all 3. So it's fascinating. They usually have quite a few legislators. So it's a good call.
Well, as I say, last time around, you dialed in and I stood by. So, I mean, it was good that you were
Yeah.
able to attend for us. And, we were in that spot where, I mean, as I say, I think they asked for it not to be, published and a public discussion on the topics there or something. I don't know. We'll have to go do our research on that.
Okay. Sounds good.
There's a request for the Board of Commissioners to be a Builders Association member. I don't know if that's something that would be supported or not. I mean, it just came around because I was talking to them. They're like, hey, you guys aren't members. I'm like, well, I guess I don't know that we ever have specifically at the county level.
Yeah, well, the community development department has been, unless something's
I think
changed.
they just wanted to send a bill to somebody for an annual membership.
Well, CDD has paid it, I mean, hundreds of dollars for as long as I was there, and I
Okay.
assumed that we're still members. It's just that it was community development department, maybe not the board, but I don't know if the county would need multiple members.
Yeah, no,
So-
I don't think.
But I'll confirm.
Well, it was kind of came up and it's like, hey, you want to do this? I'm like, well, and I do it personally already. So it was just something to make sure we all heard about a little bit. I don't think we're going that way, I guess is what I was.
I mean, it sounds like we may already be there.
Yeah.
So
I'll confirm.
it'd be good to get confirmation from you, Nick.
Next month, remember Association of Oregon Counties is going to be, hosting that 120-year celebration, legislative celebration. Was it February 9th, Monday or Tuesday the 10th or something like that? I guess I don't have the specifics here, but yeah, month from now, big one. Yeah. So that'll be, and I'll go, I'm sure hopefully all of us can be there in the room, in the Capitol, because it'll be a big moment for Association of Oregon Counties.
I may be able to get over for the 9th, but I made a dentist appointment a long time ago for the morning of the first thing in the morning of the 10th, so I'm not won't be able to stay.
Yeah, okay. Just a couple other notes as I was doing scribbles here. So the popular annual financial report was just published. So it's about 14 pages. I just flipped through it real quick. So that's a good little tool to know that rolls up the whole annual budget of Deschutes County 12 months at a time, and easy read and pie charts and graphs. So thank you very much for finance for doing that. Investor Social this afternoon for Redmond Economic Development ready. So that's just their kind of annual, or maybe do quarterly. This is Investor Social. And then since our meeting started, so congratulations to Tim Knope for being selected by the governor for Prosperity Officer of the state of Oregon. If we just saw that headline come through, had no idea that was coming. Interesting. I think that's my notes.
So we had the EDCO meeting on Thursday morning with the huge group, and it was all focused on Redmond. The meeting was in Redmond, airport expansion, etc. The art proposal did get distributed. I believe it was last Friday. Thank you, Brenda. There are artists from Mockingbird Gallery that are interested in submitting for that. So that's a committee I'm on, and I'm really, really happy about that. For some, the Health Council meeting was canceled again at last minute, so unfortunate. And I did get an email from AOC saying that I am the alternate vote. If Patty Doro for our region is not available, that's when I get to vote.
For
So,
legislative.
right, so I'm the alternate. And Patty was on the call.
There you go.
Monday.
We almost have a second vote there.
Yep. So we do have that one sometimes.
Commissioner Duro was on the online though.
Yes, I'd already confirmed with her that she was going to be there online.
Okay. Shared everything I wanted to share at the beginning of the meeting.
Commissioners, so as you're well aware, this is the first of 5 consecutive business days that we'll meet. This is a robust agenda today. Tomorrow, the board will conduct the annual retreat at the Bend Park and Recreation District Community Room at 799 Southwest Columbia Street. What's important to know is that we didn't find out until late last week that they don't have camera accessibility for there. So they have really good audio, but we don't have camera availability there. We assumed that they did because Bend Park and Recreation District board meetings are continuously shown on camera. What we didn't know is that they bring in consultants from the outside that far exceeded a budget that we would have had. So I'm letting you know and let the community know that, again, people can listen to it. Great audio. We've confirmed with legal that still meets the requirements for remote access, and it certainly does. So for folks that want to attend in person and see it in person, please come. But those who want to watch online, please do so. That's tomorrow. On Friday, we have our mid-year budget committee meeting in this room. Of course, that will be virtually available for everybody, followed by the elected officials compensation committee. We have a 3-day weekend with Martin Luther King Jr.'s holiday on Monday. And then Tuesday, 2 big meetings. One, there's the joint meeting with the City of Bend at the City of Bend's new Public Works building. So often people will either come to the county buildings or City Hall. It's not there. This is going to be at their new Public Works building. So for the community to be aware of that. One of the topics that we're going to discuss, and Commissioner Chang and I discussed with Mayor Keebler and the Bend City Manager yesterday, is the TSSA, the Temporary Safe Stay Area. The city is going to discuss, I think tonight at their city council meeting, requesting that it be extended for 6 months, from the end of this year for an additional 6 months. That's going to be something they're going to put on the table. That would include an extension of some of the dollars we're spending for security, water, security, water, and the dumpsters and the trash receptacles. So we are preparing that cost estimate, not that we're going to be asking for the board to make that decision that day, but just we want you to be aware that the city is going to raise that next week. They're also going to discuss the need to continue looking for places for people to move to from the TSSA and to continue with the notifications this year about moving people that are living in the entire TSSA south to reduce the area from the north to the south, and then again with aiming for closure in mid-2027. So I just want you to be aware that's something that the city's going to bring up at the joint meeting. Following the joint meeting, there's the special Board of County Commission meeting next Tuesday evening to discuss the Commissioner District draft map. That's going to be the first public hearing. And then the 5th day that we meet will be a week from today, Wednesday morning. The continued public hearing on the Commissioner draft map will be that morning. So I just want to make sure everybody's aware of all the meetings we have coming up over the next week together. Busy week, busy time of year. Thank you.
So just sharing thought about TSSA, if I had a city council hat on, it'd be great to say, okay, let's put services in this specific area outside of a city. It's good for the city to be able to do that. We've signed down a piece of paper that says we agree to break the land use laws in partnership with the city, but we're just kind of on the short end of this, and it's a real shame. And the danger at that intersection and people going up and down the highway it just hurts me. And so it's not exciting to have to be in this spot. I'm just saying, I won't take it lightly when they say, hey, we got a great idea. How about if we just keep this thing going? So, and there's no easy answers here either, obviously.
I guess I would love to have an alternative. But I guess if you would like us to close the TSSA on the original schedule, I would love to hear ideas on where you think people are going to go. besides just being cast to the four winds and ending up in a whole bunch of new unauthorized locations.
Well, I would ask for leadership by the governor's office, regional solutions, because we are in a tight spot. There's no way for me or you or the board of commissioners to say, oh, we've decided we're going to define this place for a subset of people that need a place like we have. We don't have that authority. So yeah, I mean, for you to say that I need to come up with an answer, that's not a good solution. We do live in a state with a statewide land use system, and everybody loves holding on to it, which is fine. There's aspects of it I'm all for, and there's aspects of it I challenge, but we don't have that authority. So the conclusion is that we're going to go, oh, your idea is that we keep doing what we're doing, and we just sit there and say, oh, that's a good idea. And there is no path right now. Leadership by the governor's office would be the thing that I'd like to see.
The solution in plain sight for the last few years has been the Gales property. And I've been doing everything I can to accelerate that process so that we would have an opportunity to do something on that land that, that this very kind-hearted property owner in our community has offered up for this public purpose.
And we asked the governor to help with that, and she really rushed over to do that, didn't she? Anyway, she didn't. I'm tired of the low barrier. The low barrier is not working. People have got to have some rules. It's really sad.
So east side of Redmond, we've got a managed camp going in, right? We want to do a land swap with the Department of State Lands. We're going to have a subset of people that'll raise their hand and run in there so fast it'll make your head spin. And we're going to have a subset of people that are going to be like, no, that's not going to be good for me. We got to be ready for that step. I don't know if you guys have talked about that at all. I haven't been at those community meetings. I mean, do we think we're going to have a deterministic moment when the east side of Redmond is going to be more manageable or not?
Well, what I do know is that once that managed camp is developed and up and running, we will have legitimate grounds to tell people you can't be in the 140 acres.
So then we're going to allow them to be in the rest of the county land? Yeah, so these are the tough questions we have coming. And this is a board decision that we're going to have to start doing something about.
Yeah.
We're adding more reoccurring costs and solving the solution by 60 and 70%. Hopefully we're making forward progress, but we're really not solving the problem. We're just doing 60 and 70% of it. So, and I'm not attacking. I'm saying as a board of commissioners, we need to figure this stuff out.
Having a problem, solving 60% of it, then having another problem, solving 60% of it over time is whittling the problem down. I mean, our friends from the Shepherd's House today said, there is no ending homelessness, but we can make it a far more manageable challenge for our community if our community is actively working on it. And that's what I believe we have been doing, and which basically I don't think we have any other choice but to continue working on it. We can't just blame it on the state and expect them to come in here and ride in here on their white horse and fix it. Just my opinion. No. Good preview of the discussion I'm guessing we're going to have on Tuesday. And Nick, maybe you can encourage the representatives from the city of Bend to watch these 10 minutes or whatever this has been under other items so that they have a sense of how the commissioners are going to be coming into the discussion.
So you go to other parts of the country and it's not like this at all. I mean, I don't remember the citizens of Deschutes County saying, we're going to allow a subset of our people to be hanging out in the roads and taking up public lands and living way out of cultural norms. I mean, this is not something we need to accept. So I'm just sharing, there's a different point of view here.
I hope you'll, talking about other parts of the country, that work that was done by Dr. Colburn from UW, national study, basically, he looked at all kinds of factors that and tried to understand the relationship, the causal relationship to homelessness. And, you know, he found places with a whole lot of poverty that didn't have a lot of homelessness. He found places that had a whole lot of substance use disorders or mental health challenges that also didn't have a lot of homelessness. The only the only real clear strong correlation they identified was places that have minimal amounts of low income and affordable housing have a lot of homelessness, right? You know, we have places around the country that are desirable to live. And as a product of them being desirable to live, there's often not a lot of low income and affordable housing available. And so if we understand that as the driver, you know, the other factors are secondary conditions, you know, being tolerant, you know, people having, you know, substance use disorders or whatever. That's what affects you at the individual level. But at the meta level, we know that if there's not enough low income and affordable housing, then there's going to be homelessness. So,
Man, you got the answers. Okay.
I don't have the answers, but you know, I at least appreciate the analysis that's been done. All right. I guess we're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gee, that reminds me of 1997.